All right, everybody. What's going on, Richie Rich? What's happening? Yep, music is just to get me started. Buy me some time a little bit. We're going to hit the streams, check out a couple things people sent me, some interesting things thought I'll pull up. At the same time, this is also a session, where I can get some things together so we get back on track. So let's get it started. It's not wasting no time. Let's get it started.
Still mixing baking soda and vinegar to clean our produce. You do realize when you combine them, they neutralize each other, and that fizziness that tricks your brain into thinking, whoa, it's scrubbing all the dirt in the grime. Baby, that's just carbon dioxide gas. It's doing nothing. But let's understand the chemistry, because baking soda, vinegar, lemon, and lime, they all serve different purposes. First, let's talk about baking soda, my preferred method. If your goal is to remove surface level pesticide residue, baking soda is going to be your best option because it is slightly alkaline. It does a great job at removing those pesticides left on the surface of your fruits and vegetables. So think about your apples, your strawberries, your grapes, your cucumbers, any fruits and vegetables where we are oftentimes eating the skin. Now we have vinegar. It doesn't matter if it's white vinegar or apple cider vinegar. Vinegar is acidic. So if your goal is to remove dirt and surface level bacteria, you're going to want to use vinegar. But you have to keep in mind that vinegar is not alkaline like baking soda. They do not share the same properties, so you're not going to remove those surface level pesticides. And last, but certainly not least, we have lemon. Oh, I caught it, and lime, which work similarly to vinegar. They are acidic because of the citric acid, but they give you a lighter clean. They still remove dirt and debris and some surface bacteria. So before you soak your produce, ask yourself, what am I trying to remove? Is it dirt and debris, surface bacteria, or pesticide residue? Now that we understand the chemistry, there should be no more vinegar and baking soda volcanoes in the kitchen, unless your child has a science project. Why are we still mixing baking soda and vinegar to clean our produce? You do realize.
I'm ready now. That's in the middle. Booyah. She said, hey, boy, look, I'm gonna have chicken in a few minutes. I want you to pick it up, because the bone gonna fall out. That's what she told me. I came. That's chicken style tenderness.
We preach the gospel of tenderness.
Y'all let them come on down.
You gonna pick that up right there.
She say, look at that.
No knife, no teeth.
Booyah. That's tenderness. Oh, yeah.
What we do is we flip it over.
Yeah.
And I tell my crew, if you can't do it with your pinky, it ain't ready.
Look at that.
It's
fall right off the bone. No knife or teeth.
Got some good smoked chicken going for you.
Yeah.
We have pulled pork. We have St. Louis ribs, candied yams, collard greens, mac and cheese. Got some barbecue chicken, baked beans that's actually vegetarian, beef brisket, and peach cobbler.
Just that old brisket over here. You know I'm gonna need mine. The salt and something now. It got a little heat on it too. Oh, you know a little bit about them sausages, don't you, good? Eat yam. Oh, yeah. That's tender meal. Tell me how to take. It's a tender. Booyah out here, huh? You heard it from the Queen Bee herself. Hey, now, what you doing down here?
Homemade.
We in North Carolina.
Charlotte.
I say it's a booyah. Tender nails, right here. Hey, it's an honor. Booyah, girl. You know ain't no meal completed if you ain't had no sweets. I'm ready now.
Bobby O's Barbecue was founded in 2008 by my Uncle Bob S. Roberts, and my pops, Kenneth R. Chandler.
Charlotte, North Carolina, 9401 Statesville Road. We've been open since 2008. A lot of people consider us a hidden gem, but yes, sir.
Yeah, you might want to go buy that. Look, Charlotte, hold on. I'm taking a picture. Hold on, let me give him a picture. Yeah, that works. Bobby O's Barbecue. Oh yeah, that right there worked. Dark Chief be doing his thing. He be doing his research. All right. Order. Outside of Pinnacle. Hold on. We got to reboot that. Missed something. Come on, man. Get some water. Outside of Pinnacle. What is that? And some honey. Spoon for the real honey. Don't just be buying honey. Get some real honey. Put that in there like that. Take some lemon. Squeeze in there like that. Stir it around. I've been taking this here all summer. And look at my belt. And look at my britches. Oh, look at that. I used to have a big old stomach. You take that, strain it. Drink this every night before you go to bed. You're guaranteed to lose that weight. So you get all them parasites and all them worms that's inside of your body that make you eat all night long. Them are worms. This here will slow that process down and make you lose all that belly fat and make your body look more slim like this instead of having a big old belly. Take some cinnamon, some water. Okay, cinnamon, water. All right. Outside of Pinnacle. You don't need too much of that. And some honey. Spoon for the real honey. Don't just be buying honey. Get some real honey. Put that in there like that. Take some lemon. Squeeze in there like that. Stir it around. I've been taking this here all summer. And look at my belt. And look at my britches. Oh, look at that. I used to have a big old stomach. You take that, strain it. Drink this every night before you go to bed. You're guaranteed to lose that weight. So you get all them parasites and all them worms that's inside of your body that make you eat all night long. Them are worms. This here will slow that process down and make you lose all that belly fat and make your body look more slim like this instead of having a big old belly. Now, what I started doing, I've been doing the cinnamon. I heat up the water and make sure I'm off mute. Yeah, I heat up the water and I throw a cinnamon stick in there, let that thing boil, that water turn brown. And then on top of that, what I do is I throw a black tea bag in, but I don't do it at night. I do it in the morning. Maybe I should start doing that at night. I mean, I ain't got no stomach like that, but you know what I'm saying? You know, even though, you know, I eat food, so you still want to be able to get that thing up out of you. So that's good stuff right there.
We wrong for doing the shit that we're doing to y'all, right? But you on our land. We ain't on yours. Yours over there in that Caucasus Mountain. Now, I will say this. You lucky that these black folks ain't filed a court case against you to say that you're on our land illegally. Matter of fact, you're up here worrying about being on our land. Where's your citizenship at? Matter of fact, do you know that the United States and we are two different entities? The United States is a corporation. We're Temeria. We're the owners of the land that the United States is on. Did you do your research on it? Oh, you probably didn't do your research on the fact that some illegal immigrants sent our terrorists over to your land.
Hold on. Did she say Temeria? Ain't that something? It's right on time. Shout out to None of Your Business. Temeria.
That these black folks ain't filed a court case against you to say that you're on our land illegally. Matter of fact, you're up here worrying about being on our land. Where's your citizenship at? Matter of fact, do you know that the United States and we are two different entities? The United States is a corporation. We're Temeria. We're the owners of the land that the United States is on. Did you do your research on it?
Yep, she did say that. That's enough. That's enough. Got that. Cool. Good looking out.
In 1954, Harlem could not make rent in March. She threw a rent party the Saturday before the 1st. Neighbors
Y'all remember the rent party? Oh, y'all don't remember the rent party.
paid 50 cents at the door for fried fish, potato salad, and music until 2 in the morning. She made $40 that night. Rent was paid on Monday. It was community insurance with a soundtrack. A man in 1958 Oakland did not own a circular saw. He shared one with 4 other men on his block. One had the saw, one the drill, one the pipe wrench, one the ladder, one the level. 5 households, 1 set of tools, a 75% reduction in capital outlay across a decade. When one man re-roofed his house, the other 4 came to help. The block functioned as a hardware store, a building supply, and a labor pool. The arrangement built 4 houses worth of equity at the cost of 1 set of tools. Widow in 1954.
Yeah, we're going to start getting these things in. People think you need an EIN number, huh? Yeah. Got another one for you.
Starting a legacy. The story behind a sharecropper's mattress-kept land deed.
Sharecropper's son in 1938 Mississippi kept his 40-acre deed inside a flour sack inside the mattress for 40 years. The courthouse was not safe. White clerks routinely lost the records of black landowners. Tax notices went unmailed. Sales were recorded that had never happened. That same deed became the down payment on his daughter's Detroit house in 1962. Black land ownership in America peaked at 16 million acres in 1910. By 1997, it had dropped to less than 2 million. The families who kept theirs knew exactly where the deed was. The mattress was not paranoia.
Safeguarding a legacy. The story behind.
With a video we hope will help remind you not to sign documents that might land you in court or even in jail. We take you to the Santa Clara Police Department, where we were trying to get some public records when we were asked to sign a document in order to get those records. We weren't asking for police records. We were asking for public records under California's Public Records Act. And whenever anyone asks you to sign a document that you know doesn't require your signature, I hope you will give them an answer just like this.
I don't sign to get records requests. This is a California public records request. It doesn't require ID. It doesn't require names or phone numbers. I'm just asking for those records.
Whether in family court, being asked by your attorney to sign a stipulation appointing a private judge or custody evaluator, or in criminal court being asked by your defense attorney to sign a plea deal, these documents set forth the rights you waive with your signature. We are currently reporting on the difference between a coercive plea and a plea deal in criminal court in connection with our reporting on disgraced former San Jose City Council member Omar Torres. His plea deal sent him to state prison for 18 years, but he avoided the trial tax because he could have gone for 24 years. Plea deals mean waiving your rights to a jury trial, a defense, and the right to remain silent by taking the Fifth Amendment. Our reporting focuses on why a public official the likes of Omar Torres would sign a plea deal and waive those rights. So buckle up, because our reporting continues this week. This is Susan Bassey with a video we hope will help.
That's right. Now, this is the brother Richard and the I always say Richie Rich. Yeah, this is somebody that he knows in Southern California that has a go-kart business. It's called Kart After Dark, right here. It's in Los Angeles, California. They're gonna be having something on the 4th of July. Check this out. If you guys in the area know somebody, check this out. Hit this link right here. It's called Go-Kart ITLA. Go-Kart It LA. Let's check it out.
We big as one. Trying to motivate the city.
Where is this? Where's this at? I'm looking at this back. Hold on. See the background. Hold on. Let's run it again.
Put this together. Cut out all the hang. It's time to get some chill.
Man, y'all, these cats is on everywhere. This ain't no regular go-kart. They just everywhere.
Hard work, pay off, get it in any weather. I know this play gonna turn him up, so I throw in some extras. Trying to do it well whenever it's crunch time. He John Wick in every song, but never front line. Section full of bosses, back.
Okay, where we at here?
And I cross that gun
Oh, that's Long Beach. Okay.
line. Dry hate, I cut you off and take one time. Why not bring?
I was trying to recognize where I was looking at, man. Yeah, okay, that's Long Beach. Oh, that's popping. Look, Long Beach is popping. Okay. I'm gonna be playing this, Rich, in between. This is gonna be our commercial breaks. See the music in the back, that background music, probably gonna ding me. So they got to get it right here. Because of that music, probably, minimize the live, but yeah, they're gonna get it right now.
Together we big as one.
All right, you guys got that? We'll go ahead and put it up. There you go. They'll catch it later. I know a lot of people, they probably don't even know I'm live right now, but I got to get this going. All right, next.
Right? Over 1,000 people dropped.
Hold on, let's run it back.
I better pay attention. Now this is crazy. Check this out.
1,000 motherfuckers dead in 72 hours in France. Why they ain't talking about it? Let's just sit here and let's analyze this. Right? Over 1,000 people dropped dead from the heat in France. And ain't nobody talking about it? You don't think that that's worth mentioning on news? Why would you want to keep that silent? I mean, let's just be pragmatic here. Let's ask ourselves. Something as devastating as 1,000 people in 72 hours drop dead, and you keep it quiet intentionally. You don't find that suspicious?
Oh yeah, no doubt, Rich. Sure, you already know what we're about to do. We're gonna do that in and out. We're gonna make that pub in and out. You know what I'm saying? For the whole thing. Now this right here, probably because them people up there can't get the food they want. You know what I mean? That food that they can't get no more.
You don't find that suspicious.
Y'all better pay attention. Now this is crazy. Check this out.
We're gonna play this again.
1,000 motherfuckers dead in 72 hours in France. Why they ain't talking about it? Let's just sit here and let's analyze this. Right? Over 1,000 people dropped dead from the heat in France. And ain't nobody talking about it? You don't think that that's worth mentioning on news? Why would you want to keep that silent? I mean, let's just be pragmatic here. Let's ask ourselves. Something as devastating as 1,000 people in 72 hours drop dead, and you keep it quiet intentionally. You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
Y'all better.
Interesting.
Your bank cannot foreclose on you. Not legally. Not lawfully. There is no provision in Title 12 of federal banking law, absolutely none, that authorizes a bank to foreclose on private, residential property in the several states. So ask yourself, where are they getting the authority to steal your home? Here's the truth. Most state foreclosure laws were written back in the 1800s, when banks actually operated inside a state and dealt in real money, gold, silver, lawful tender. But today's banks, they are federally chartered entities. They are foreign to the several states. They operate under the National Bank Act, not state law. Now here's the kicker. According to Title 12, United States Code, Section 25B, Congress says the National Bank Act does not give banks the power to enforce state foreclosure laws. Let me repeat that. National banks are not allowed to use state foreclosure statutes. If they do, the entire action is void, not just invalid, void. So when your bank or their lawyer cites state law in a foreclosure case, they are committing fraud under color of law. They are acting without jurisdiction, and the court has no authority to enforce it. That means your so-called mortgage default is not enforceable. That means the case should be dismissed. Your bank never risked their own money. They used your signature, your credit, and turned it into a book entry loan. Now they want to take your house using laws they have no legal right to use. It's time to stand up. Know the law. Challenge the jurisdiction. Your bank cannot foreclose on you. Not legally.
We're going to listen to this again.
Not lawfully. There is no provision in Title 12 of federal banking law, absolutely none, that authorizes a bank to foreclose on private, residential property in the several states. So ask yourself, where are they getting the authority to steal your home? Here's the truth. Most state foreclosure laws were written back in the 1800s, when banks actually operated inside a state and dealt in real money, gold, silver, lawful tender. But today's banks, they are federally chartered entities. They are foreign to the several states. They operate under the National Bank Act, not state law. Now here's the kicker. According to Title 12, United States Code, Section 25B, Congress says the National Bank Act does not give banks the power to enforce state foreclosure laws. Let me repeat that. National banks are not allowed to use state foreclosure statutes. If they do, the entire action is void, not just invalid, void. So when your bank or their lawyer cites state law in a foreclosure case, they are committing fraud under color of law. They are acting without jurisdiction.
Let's run that back. Let's go back here.
Banks are not allowed to use state foreclosure statutes.
Let's go back a little bit further.
Section 25B, Congress.
All right.
Says the National Bank Act does not give banks the power to enforce state foreclosure laws. Let me repeat that. National banks are not allowed to use state foreclosure statutes. If they do, the entire action is void, not just invalid, void. So when your bank or their lawyer cites state law in a foreclosure case, they are committing fraud under color of law. They are acting without jurisdiction, and the court has no authority to enforce it. That means your so-called mortgage default is not enforceable. That means the case should be dismissed. Your bank never risked their own money. They used your signature, your credit, and turned it into a book entry loan. Now they want to take your house using laws they have no legal right to use. It's time to stand up. Know the law. Challenge National Bank Act.
All right. All right. Show and tell time. Show and tell time. All right, let's see who showed up. I know y'all. Yeah, no, you're like, man, you didn't start it early, man. I gotta work. I got things to do too. So if I can get done by a certain time, you'd be like, man, you still be going 3, 4, 5 hours. Well, we'll get it right. But show and tell time. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come right here. We're going to bring this up. Should have saved this. No, I can't save this for last. It's not the topic of the day. National Bank Act. Let's go take a look at the National Bank Act. National Bank Act. 1863, right? Let's get an overview. 1863, what was going on at that time? I think it was the Civil War. The Civil War, I think, started in 1859. And it went on for about 6, 7 years. None of this stuff. And I want people to really get this. When I present this information, it's prima facie evidence. You know why? Because millions of people have been repeatedly informed of this information. So, in order to counter, or in order to make sure that you present a foundation, you got to put the evidence that's on the table. Right? This is prima facie evidence. This is what they say. But what are the things they're not saying? Oh, the National Bank Act. What did the National Bank Act have to do with the Civil War? Is that conversation ever had by anybody? What is the major thing that these people talk about when it comes to what? The Civil War. Slavery. Slavery, slavery, slavery. You see what I'm saying? Slavery. That's all it's about. The Civil War was fought over slavery. And a lot of your so-called black people, your black leaders, your politicians, your elected officials, your representatives, whatever you want to call them, we're not talking about pale skins. We're talking about so-called black people. They have, hey, what's up, business? They have repeatedly said the Civil War was to free slaves. Now, in the meantime, 1863, what does the National Banking Act have to do with anything? Let's check. All right, here we go. The National Bank Act of 1863 established a system of federally chartered national banks in the United States. Wait a minute. Rich, you in the building? Who's in the building that knows what I'm about to say right now? Anybody? Anybody? Listen. 1933 minus 1863 is what? 70 years. Wait a minute. All right, I'm about to wait a minute. I gotta get my calculator, y'all. I gotta get my calculator. Something just went off. Ding, 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 ding. 1933 minus 70 minus 70 minus, oh shit, minus 70. Oh man. Minus 70. $70 years bankruptcy, right? They say 7, right? 7 is the Jubilee. They say every 7 years debts are to be forgiven, right? As the Bible says, forgive our debts as we forgive our debtors. So if you've forgiven our debts as we that are to be forgiven of our debts, at the same time, those people are forgiven the debtors. So if you're the debtor, then you're the one that's putting the debt on us. So I am forgiving you for your sin. So he says the other word in the Bible is called sin. The other word that they use is transgress. The other word they use is trespass. So the ding, ding, ding just went off, right? The ding, ding, ding. 1933. 70 years is 1863. The National Bank Act was put in it. 1863 established a system of federally chartered national banks in the United States. Federally chartered national banks in the United States. In 1933, the Federal Reserve was what? What did the Federal Reserve Act do? Got the National Bank Act, then you got the Federal Reserve Act. So if you have a Federal Reserve Act, it must be a new form of the National Bank Act. Hold on a second. So, somebody was at the door. So, wait a minute here. What? Do we have our numbers? Look, what I was taught was, and let me do this real quick. Let me share the entire screen so you can see my calculator. All right, so what we have right here is failure to communicate here. Somebody at the time messed up. What I learned, all right, let me bring this up. Let's get it back here. So what I learned was, let me blow this up a little bit more, minimize me. So what I learned was the numbers, right? So I took it back to 1653. We're going to look at these dates, right? So what I heard was the first bankruptcy was in 1789. So let's do, and it was a 70-year move. So in the 70 years, right, let's come back over here and let's bring up there. We make sure everything is straight. All right, cool. I see the calculator. I see the other thing. All right, so look, what I got right here is this. We're about to clear that out. 1933. minus 70 years, minus. Okay, this is the National Bank Act, right? So 1933, we got the Federal Reserve Act came in somewhere around there, or HJR 192, right? 1933, the other national emergency. So 1863, 70 years, 1793. Now, in 1790, you had the Naturalization Act, you had the Coinage Act, you had the first so-called federal census. So 3 years after that, what happened? We don't know yet. So we just keep that in mind. Another 30 years, 70 years, we got 1723. So we got that. Now, keep this in mind. See, what I learned was the first bankruptcy was 1789. The 1789 was after the Revolutionary War, when the Declaration of Independence came in. And what that was that was considered to be a declaration of bankruptcy. And that declaration of bankruptcy, the Constitution, was a reorganization from the Continental Congress of how they had it, because it was only Congress at that time. There was no Article 2 and Article 3. There was no judicial or executive branches. It was just Congress. And we know what Congress does. Maybe we don't, but as a whole, but Congress sets policy. And if you ever seen one of my favorite movies, Hoodlum, they said we setting policy. And when you set policy, you make a mint. So that means it's the numbers game. All right. You setting out bills. You put them out there. People put in money, invest in that. And whatever comes out of that gets paid. Now, or whoever hit that number. But back to this. This, what it was, 1789 was the reorganization after the Revolutionary War. Now the 70 years, so now we're doing plus, right? Plus 70 years. 1859. In 1859, that's supposedly when the Civil War had started. 1859. Another 70 years. You got 1929. 1929 was supposed to have been the time of the so-called another bankruptcy, or the Great Depression. Like it was like the end of the Great Depression. And then all the other things came in behind that. Right? Then another 70. You got 1999. In 1999, this is when Bill Clinton said, I will be the last United States president. I will be your last president in 1999. What happened 2 years after that? Right? What happened in 1 year, 2 years after that? And you remember Prince had a song, I'm a party like it's 1999. What did Prince know? You know what I'm saying? But we know what happened after that. You had 9/11. You had the Twin Towers come down. You had all the conspiracies about that. Then the frame of terrorism came into play. You see what I'm saying? But even prior to that, there was other things prior to that. They had to do something in order to allow somebody to infiltrate the Mayak, the beloved land, the land of milk and honey. This place has only been attacked twice. 2000 and Kamikaze. It's when Japan came in and dropped all them planes and coming up in here and bam, bam, bam. It's only been a few times where you actually seen in this present future that there has been a breach in our system. Like outright, like where you say this is war, where they say somebody had breached the interior and, you know, killed up a whole lot of people. See what I'm saying? Now, we're not going to get into all that conspiracy theory because I can, but I'm not. I ain't going to get into all that. I usually get a little bit, excited about that type of stuff. But, under the circumstances. Well, I want you guys to keep that stuff in mind, right? So, if we go plus 70 here, 2069. All right. So, nevertheless, we don't know. Most of us probably won't even be here unless, we have this great power we have. Now, so 1863, let's focus on this right here. The National Bank Act established a system of federally chartered national banks in the United States, created a national currency backed by the U.S. government securities, and established the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency to supervise these banks. It was signed into law by President Abraham Lincoln on February 25th, 1863, during the Civil Wars to help finance the war effort and stabilize the banking system. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take this over here. We're going to go to Wikipedia. So we don't have to go that far. Then we're going to come down here. Now, everybody's trying to figure out why Abraham Lincoln was taken out. People say the long story has been told that he's been taken out because of what? Slavery. You see what I'm saying? Slavery. Well, now, but you have all this going on, right? Let's go to Wikipedia first, and let's see what Wikipedia says. Let's go a little bit further. We got that part. Okay, but they left out this part. So chartered at the federal level. Okay, so look, National Banking Acts, there were two United Federal Banking Acts that established a system of national banks chartered at the federal level and created the United States national banking system. They encouraged development of a national fiat currency. Whoa. Look at this. And they showing some Japanese stuff. Why they put this up here? Wait a minute. See, this is where this stuff goes. Backed by bank holdings of U.S. Treasury securities. We don't know what that is. And established the Office of the Comptroller. Okay, we got that as part of the United States Department of the Treasury. So now we know the Comptroller of the Currency is a part of the United States Department of the Treasury. The act shaped today's national banking system and its support of a uniform U.S. banking policy. So this goes way back further than 1933. All right, antebellum period. At the end of the Second Bank of the United States in 1836, the Second Bank, right? The Second Bank, this is where we get in. These are these national banks that kept getting taken out. It was trying to keep these national banks out of the United States of America because they knew what it would do. It would do the same thing here that it did to Rome. They were trying to not have that happen again. That's why most of these people that attacked him got taken out. But sometimes it seems like on the other end, some of these presidents are being taken out for bringing it in. So you could tell there was two factions going on here within the United States of America. See what I'm saying? So at the end of the Second Bank of the United States, 1836, the control of banking regimes devolved mostly to the states. Different states adopted policies, including a total ban on banking, as in Wisconsin, a single state chartered bank, as in Indiana and Illinois, limited chartering of banks, and free entry, as in New York. While the relative success of New York's free banking laws led several states also to adopt a free entry banking regime. You know, New York is one of the only places where they have to file UCCs. If they do anything with you, they have to file a UCC financing statement. But nevertheless, we got that. Interesting. Let's go over here to this one. National Banking Act of 1863 and 1864. The National Banking Acts 1863, 1864 marked an important moment in the development of the U.S. banking system. Wow. These laws established many federal banking regulations that will last until the founding of the Federal Reserve System. This is 50 cents. Is exchangeable for United States notes, assistant treasurers, and designated depositaries of the United States in sums not less than $3 receivable in payment of all dues to the United States less than $5 except customs. National Banknote of New York. And this is a U.S. greenback bill from the Civil War. Wow. I just want to check this out real quick. Now, we're going to bookmark this, right? Because I really want to do this. I'm going to say, here's what I'm going to do right here. What major event in the United States happened in 1793? Let's do this real quick. Come on. 1793, the yellow fever epidemic began in Philadelphia, resulting in thousands of deaths and significant public health challenges. Additionally, President George Washington laid the cornerstone of the United States. Capitol on September 18, 1793. All right, 1793. Somebody was just talking about Trumbull. President, Vice President, there it is, Congress. Events. Jean-Pierre Blancard, probably a Huguenot, becomes the first to fly in a gas balloon. Manchester, Vermont, the wife of Captain falls ill. February 12th, the Fugitive Slave Act. Let's see what that says. An act of the United States Congress to give effect to the Fugitive Slave Clause of the U.S. Constitution was later superseded by the 13th Amendment and to also give effect to the extradition clause. All right. What was the first cabinet meeting? Okay, so the first cabinet meeting, that's February 25th, my son's birthday. February 27th, Giles are introduced. The Giles resolutions are introduced, asking the House to condemn the handling of loans. All righty. John Langdon. Okay. A lot of stuff went down in 1793. 1793, the Constitution of Vermont is adopted. United States Capitol, Cornerstone Lane. President George lays the cornerstone for the United States State Capitol in Washington, D.C. All right. Eli Whitney applies for patent for his cotton gin. We know that was a brother. Okay. Now, what happened 1723? 1723, New Orleans became the capital of Louisiana colony. This marked a significant development in the early history of the United States. All right, let's see what else goes on. 1723 was a common year starting on Friday of the Gregorian calendar, and the common year started on Tuesday of the Julian calendar. 723rd year of the Common Era in Anno Domini. Designations, 723rd year of the second millennium, the 23rd year of the 18th century, and the 4th year, okay. English-born pirate, okay. Change the era ends in the, hold on, man. The Mapuche rising begins in Chile. Switzerland, the Black Act, okay. Intended to combat illegal hunting in Great Britain, comes into force and expands the number of crimes that are punishable by death. The Black Act. Ooh, you black people. Boy, ain't nothing good coming out that black. It expands the number of crimes that are punishable by death and remains in effect for 100 years. Province of Carolina charters New Bern as New Bern. The town later becomes the capital of North Carolina until Raleigh is founded. All right. Interesting. Well, you know, I went on my quick little binge. Some ding dings goes on. Okay, so now let's come here. 1789, right? 70 years. 1659. Let's go / colonies. 1659, two Quakers, Marmaduke, Stevenson, were executed in the Massachusetts Bay Colony for their religious belief of violating the law banning Quakers from the colony. Let's go regarding commerce. Let's try that. (1659), the first colonial law making slavery illegal was enacted in Rhode Island. This marked a ceremonial context of commerce and labor in the colonies. Commerce and labor in the colonies. Anti-slavery law, labor dynamics, commercial impact, precedent setting. There we go. All right, now 70 years. Oh, wait a minute. 1789, 70 years, 17. No, my bad. 1789, 1719. Okay. You don't owe me nothing. Get up out of here. Okay, so in 1719, let's start here. The Revolution of 1719 was a bloodless military coup in the province of South Carolina, which resulted in the overthrow of the Lords Proprietors and the installation of Colonel James Moore Jr. as the colony's de facto ruler, a post he held until 1721. Now, you know that was a brother, right? We just talked about South Carolina. Popular discontent with the inefficiency of proprietary rule exacerbated by the Yamasee War of 1715-1717 has been cited as the precipitating cause of the Revolution of 1719. Bingo, here we go. Now, as we see right here, the Yamasee included the Muskogee, Cherokee, Catawba, Apalachicola, Yuchi, Savannah, and much, much, much more. Indians had something to do with that, right? Now, we ain't going to spend too much time on this. We're going to keep it pushing. 1789. Bam. In 1789, Congress passed its first tax on 30 different items at a rate of 8.5%, which included a discount for American ships over foreign ones. This marked a significant development in U.S. commerce under the new Constitution. All right, doing good so far. All right, now we're about to go to 1859. 1859, bam. What happened? Boom. Edwin Drake drilled the first oil well in the United States near Titusville, Pennsylvania, marking the beginning of the Pennsylvania oil rush and significantly impacting American commerce. All righty. Boom. Let's go here. All right. 1859, the United States. Let's go here. 1859, James Buchanan. January 1st, minting of Indian head cent begins. The city of Olympia is incorporated in the territory of Washington. You guys know there was an Olympia in America? Did you know that? The Great Slave Auction. Ooh, wait a minute. The Great Slave Auction was an auction of enslaved Americans of African descent held at Ten Brook Race Course near Savannah, Georgia. Really? Really? Look at this face right here. Look at her hair. Look at her hair. Look at right behind her. Anyway, let me get out of that. We ain't worried about that. So all this stuff was going on in 1859. Joshua Abraham Norton proclaims himself Emperor of the United States in San Francisco. John Brown's raid of Harper's Ferry. A lot of stuff going on here, man. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff going on here, man. All right. Charles Comiskey, baseball baseman, manager, and owner. You know, that's Comiskey Park in Chicago. All right. Now, I'm going to ask this. How did the Civil War play in this year? Let's see what they say. Let's see what they say. In 1859 itself, the U.S. wasn't yet in Civil War. Major fighting began in 1861, but 1859 featured tensions and a key spark that pushed the country closer to war. John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859, although the raid failed to start a massive slave uprising and shocked the nation, further divided North and South and helped accelerate the slide toward civil conflict. What about the business and money aspect of it, of 1859 leading to the Civil War? I mean, they even got this thing. They even got this thing programmed. All right. So there we go. So here we go. All right. Got that. All right. Now, 1929. 1929, Great Depression. The Wall Street crash of October 24, 29, 1929 was a major U.S. stock market collapse that triggered the Great Depression and led to widespread bank failures and economic turmoil. All right. I know I did all that on you. Like, why? What's all that about? Well, just had to do it. Just had to do it. Just had to do it. All right. So now,
Bank Act, not state law. Now here's the kicker. According to Title 12, United States Code, Section 25B, Congress says the National Bank Act does not give banks the power to enforce state foreclosure laws. Let me repeat that. National banks are not allowed to use state foreclosure statutes. If they do, the entire action is void, not just invalid, void. So when your bank or their lawyer cites state law in a foreclosure case, they are committing fraud under color of law. They are acting without jurisdiction, and the court has no authority to enforce it. That means your so-called mortgage default is not enforceable. That means the case should be dismissed. Your bank never risked their own money. They used your signature, your credit, and turned it into a book entry loan. Now they want to take your house using laws they have no legal right to use. It's time to stand up. Know the law.
bucket. 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 Now I'm gonna tell you, I haven't used that, Rich. I haven't used that. Title 12 is banking, right? That deals with the Federal Reserve. All right, so that deals with the Federal Reserve and did not apply to. I never understood what that meant. See what I'm saying? Just never understood what that meant. But nevertheless, man, it's hour 20 in. Let's get through this. Let's get through this. Damn, that thing took me for a loop. How do you do that? Take his face and make it like a mouse? How do you do that? It's interesting. All right, next. This is what we're going to do here.
Let's say Detroit, Michigan.
You know, got to do this.
Arabs now own 144 in a black city. Blacks own 2 gas stations out of 146. You own nothing. The rest, the hotels and the 7-Elevens are owned by Indians. Asians are owning the laundries. They're owning the hair and wig shops, the nail shops. Blacks own nothing in a 90% black city. And that's why now Detroit went into poverty. That's why it was declared bankrupt, because blacks had money. Blacks had about 11 or 12 billion a year annual disposable amount of money passing through their hands. They were going out to the suburbs, spending it in the suburbs and spending it with the Arabs and the Asians, the Hispanics and everybody else. And when I tried to put in a plan there for black folk, they said it was racist for me to try to help black folk. They said, yes, Dr. Anderson, we admit in this town that we have an Asian town, a Chinatown, a Pole town, a hockey town, a Cork town, a Mexican town, and a Greek town, but it's racist for you to try to do something for black folk, to build a black town. And guess what the black leadership said? They sure is right. And if you want to find out if I'm telling a lie or not, you got blacks sitting right in this auditorium that was there. You got right here on the front row, 2 here, you got Rosie Milligan that was there and spoke in Detroit. And I had over 1,000 blacks come across America and say, we will move and relocate our business to Detroit to build a black community, a black business district. We'll move our businesses into Detroit, over 1,000 of them. And guess what? The town got scared and fighting. And they told black folks, now it's racist to come in and not include everybody and everything.
Now, if you look at what he's saying, it's great. But the terms he's using, he's calling them people that come over here Indians. They don't call themselves Indians. He's got these great ideas, but he got them for black folk. He's identifying people that aren't identifying themselves as those people. But look, we're going to come back to him. We're going back to him. I got to get this brother in. This for the coaches. This for the coaches.
And having a GED from incarceration, I can go right now and say I want to advocate in the adult system. They're going to try to put me through a volunteer system. They're going to try to put me through the chaplains department, and they're going to try to get all of my expertise and my skill sets for free, right? Or they're going to offer me a position, that doesn't fit my level of expertise and say I should be happy and content with it because I've been incarcerated, right? And even when you try to do better, you try to pay it forward, you try to return, they make it very hard. And, I was incarcerated from 2005 to 2015. I'm still dealing with that. And as somebody that's a grant writer, wrote millions in grants, policy, legislative action, you name it, all across the board, I've done it. And they still want to try to minimize you and minimize your efforts. And I think we need to have more coaches instead of referees. Referees looking for penalties to take you out the game. Coaches are people that keep you in the game and try to pour into you, right? Instead of these this cookie cutter approach, thinking that everything works for everybody. We need individualized outcomes. We need people to be hands-on and pay attention, and just stop throwing this to the side. And then we repeat, and then say, what's wrong with them? That don't make sense.
Oh man, that boy, not my bad. That brother spit. He said, don't make sense. It doesn't. This is what I'm talking about, common sense. What makes sense to you? This is what I'm saying. Shout out to the coach. He's calling for the coaches. Need them. Pour into you. Not the ones that just want to extract. This is the whole gamut of what this system has turned into. I ain't saying what it's about, it's what it turned into. Do you guys know that foreigners, immigrants, and refugees run the United States of America? What I charge you guys to do, and gals and brothers and sisters and all those different things. Go research and take your time, because you got 50 something states. Research all of the representatives. First, do the United States, because everybody talks about the big gamut of the United States. Every representative in your state. Start there. Senate, Congress. House, Senate. And let me know what you find. Then from there, you can branch out to the other state, but just do it where you're at. Just do it where you're at. You'll get a clear idea of what's going on here. All right. Now, what I want to do is pull this up. Let me change the trajectory on this. Change the trajectory on this. You know what I'm saying? Say you couldn't hear him talking? Couldn't hear him talking. Oh no, it's playing. Oh no, it ain't on mute. But yeah, hold on. Let me play it back. Let me play it back. Let me turn this up a little bit. First, I'm saying, shut up. Because I've been incarcerated, right? And even when you try to do better, you try to pay it forward, you try to return. It was playing. It was playing, Rich. Maybe it was something on your end. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go here. Let me come up out of here real quick. Let me bring it down. I want to make sure I was sharing my whole screen. Let me bring the whole screen back up again. All right, let's go the whole entire screen. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to come down here. We're going to go to Black's Law. Are you in there somewhere? Are you in there somewhere? And then we're gonna spend a brief time on this, on the finishing up of this right here. I want to get over and talk about this Supreme Court, these Supreme Court situations. Where you at? Where you at? Black's Law. Did I pass you up? Yeah, that's too far. Don't worry about it. It's Thursday. We're going to take our time on this. You know what I mean? All right. So let me meet him, because this is going to lead up to what we've been talking about, right? We've been talking about these people. We making this connection in regards to the descendants of America, the American people, the Mayans. So I'm saying we're about to go here. We're gonna go to this free white persons. Let's finish up on Dr. Claude Anderson.
And so that ended that effort. And so that's why Detroit failed. So what I'm saying to you is anything that's happened to black folk in this country is not by accident. You all have to understand today that you're locked into a social construct. That social construct was put in place almost 300 and 400 years ago. You're locked and boxed. You're locked and boxed. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you that nobody else tells you. You're locked and boxed because of the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration.
All right. Let me get my calculator out. Let's say this is him talking. He's a little older there. Let's deal with 2025. Okay, so 2025 minus 400 years. 1625. 1625. Now, what I'm also going to do is I'm going to come over here real quick. And I'm going to say, what years did Roots depict? Movie depict. So right here, it says depicts the life of Kunta Kinte and his descendants from the mid 18th century. So we talk about mid, it'd be like the priest in the mid 18th century, 1750, through the end of the Civil War in the 1860s. All right, that's 100 years. Now, what you're going to get here is we're going to talk business. We're going to talk business. We ain't going to get into our emotions and feelings and everything. I might bring a little light, a little fire to it. That's all it is. No emotions, no feelings. We're going to get to the business, what was actually going on. So if they're mentioning the 1750s, right? Now, we have foundational Black Americans who talk about have a flag focused on 1529, 15 something. All right. I just showed you the National Banking Act of 1863. That had nothing to do with slavery. There was nothing in that language that talked about slavery. I should have left that tab up there. So we're talking about the mid 18th century. Now, you also have something called the 1619 Project, but this is talking about, Roots is talking about the mid 18th century. That is 1750. At the same time, there's a Revolutionary War going on. Who has time for slaves when you're at war? So there's people going to war, there's people sitting at the house, plantations, and slaves running around here. Really? Does that make sense to you? Maybe it does. But here we go. So who is Dr. Claude Anderson talking about? Black folk. 300-400 years. Who is he talking about? 400 or 500 years. So if we take it another 100 years after that, that is what? 1650. $1650. I showed you what was going on at that time. These were Huguenots, Sephardims, and Moors that were filing up into America and was a part of this triangular trade, because they call it slave trade. Slave trade. Trade is business. Trade is also bartering. So let's just keep it in context. I'm going to try this to bring you to diplomacy, a diplomatic place. Prescribe, not subscribe. Master, not servant. Leader, not follower. Objective thinking, not subjective thinking. Question everything instead of reacting to everything. Right? When you listen to some of these things, the only way it's going to make sense is if you are what? Objective. You think from this perspective. You're good. You're good. You can then question it. You don't have to be right. You don't have to know. You can not know, but you can at least question it intelligently, diplomatically. See what I'm saying? All right. So let's get back. Let's get back to Dr. Claude. Now, I'm not beating up Dr. Claude. I'm not disrespecting him. Like I said, he has the formula. Simple formula. If you're really talking about American Indians, so-called black people that we have right here, we function boots on the ground. We are hands-on everything. We do not sit in desk like, okay, let me take notes. Nah, we like to get out there and get our hands dirty. We like to work, but not work by the means of what they're saying. They know what we like. See what I'm saying? And he knows it too. Shoot, he's got to be in his 80s. So he come from way back. He know what time it is. He know what was going on prior to that time. He knew, but, based on, his name is Claude Anderson. You know what I'm saying? He probably is he probably come from Huguenot background. Probably Huguenots, Sephardim, all that mixture. He probably comes from that background. These people probably come from, but they come from, as you saw with the Moors, the Sephardim, and the Huguenots, they were very intelligent people. Very intelligent. Very good at business. You know what I'm saying? This is what they were. Very good speakers. So just saying, I ain't going against him, but the terms that he's using, put it in context. You can't just throw the word out there and just leave it there. Because if you're talking, and I'm showing you that what he's saying to you is he's telling you who he is and where he comes from. He comes from that. He comes from this Huguenot, Moor, Sephardim background. That back to Africa movement, all that back to Africa and doing business there. That's where he comes from. Them people come from there. Them people want that. See what I'm saying? That was embedded in their brains by their family. They know their history. These people that come out here and talk about this stuff know their history. Believe it. They know their history.
You're locked in box. We got black leaders can't figure that out. In this country, that in the Constitution, that out. 400 years ago, then. You all have to understand today that you're locked into a social construct. That social construct was put in place almost 300 and 400 years ago. You're locked and boxed. You're locked and boxed. Now, here's what I'm gonna tell you that nobody else tells you. You're locked in box because of the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. You're locked in box. We got black leaders can't figure that out. In this country, that in the Constitution, which was approved in 1789, it says that this is a white nation. The first immigration law in 1791, spell it out.
All right. So we're gonna take him frame by frame. I'm gonna play him every time I go live, because that is the formula to make it right. Regardless if you want to talk black, this, that, and the other, all that stuff, that's cool. The formula. He has always had the best formula. I got VHSs of this guy. I got DVDs. Come on. It's the guy. In terms of nation building, he's the guy. There's nobody else that has a better formula than him. And now we're talking, what reason why I say that is because he takes it all the way back. He has that basic fundamental, not all this extra stuff, because I know people want to just run to the AI and to the virtual reality field. You know what I'm saying? Cool. Good luck. But you know what's not changing? That dirt. What's on top of that dirt? That grass, them flowers, them trees, them vegetables, them fruits, that wood, that everything that builds. You see what I'm saying? They spend trillions of dollars per day on these commodities. Not per year, not per month, per day. And all these things that make paper and these bonds and everything that comes with this. Cotton paper, you got 100% cotton paper. You still have these type of things that's still being circulated, but they want to put you into AI. And anybody that's put you into AI, I don't know. Get a job. Do this. Do that. Man, that's why people don't want to come over here. And they already know who I'm talking about. They will not come over here. Because they know that they're up there for a specific purpose. You got people all over these different streams, all over the place. I'm not just talking about one in particular. These people are over here and well, let me say it this way. These certain people just come up on people's channel just to break up the flow and to remind people that you need to get a job. That any force of, I wouldn't even say freedom, I'm going to say solvency and control and sovereignty is out of the picture and can be considered to be against public policy. You see what I'm saying? But nevertheless. Okay, so free, not subject to legal constraint of another. Unconstrained. Unconstrained, having power to follow the dictates of his own will, not subject to the dominion of another, not compelled to involuntary servitude. Oof. Now, we're just talking about free here. Used in this sense as opposed to slave. Not bound to service for a fixed term of years. In distinction to being bound as an apprentice. Y'all wasn't prepared for this one, huh? He was like, why you just go to free? Because this definition. Okay, apprentice, slave. Just keep all this stuff in mind. Enjoying full civic rights. Not civil, civic rights, available to all citizens alike without charge as a free school, available for public use without charge or toll as a free bridge, not despotic, assuring liberty, defending individual rights against encroachments by any person or class, instituted by free people, said of governments, institutions, etc. So we have key words here: despotic. We have another word up here: civic. We have another word up here: constraint. And it says legal constraint at that. All right. We can also apply dominion. We're not going to do all that. We're just going to go to two things: civic. No, we're not going to do apprentice. Everybody know what that is. We got slave, apprentice. We got civic. And we have despotic. All right. So civic, despotic. All right. Somebody put that in the chat for me so I don't forget. All right. Now what we're going to do is come to free white persons, right? Let's put it right here. There we go. What we're going to do is we're going to come back to the video. Here it is. He showed this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come back just a little bit. All right, let's see what he says, so we get a clear idea.
It out. In this country, that in the Constitution, which was approved in 1789, it says that this is a white nation. The first immigration law in 1791, spell it out. It is a white nation for white Europeans and other white people classified as white.
All right, we on the same page?
And blacks are going to be a permanent underclass. You will be class.
This is what he said. Now, we're going to look for that too. We're going to look for that. What he said. He said, you blacks are going to be stuck in the underclass based on the Constitution and all this other stuff. That is Declaration of Independence, all of this, right? Keep in mind what I've been showing over the last, this is number 6, over the last 5 lives that I did. The last 5 classes that we did, this is what we did. All right. All right. So let's stay there.
Classified as 3/5 of a human being. You will
3/5 of a human being. What we're going to do is we're going to come over here. Where we're at. All right, let's go to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. I didn't want to do that. There we go. Let's come on down the line. Bam. All right, so we here. We just setting the stage. Where he go? Where he go? Where did he go?
be classified as property.
Okay. All right. Now, let's get busy. All right. So here we go. All right. What we have here. So we're going to come to these places. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here. All right. Hold on. Let me pull up this other one. Let me pull up this other one. All right. So remember we went over this. Let's come back here. Okay, 1492 to 1685. This is the expulsions from Iberia and Europe. Okay, this is from expulsion to integration. This is the title: Moors, Sephardic Jews, and Huguenots. Expulsion from Iberia and Europe, 1492 to 1685. All right, we're going to come down here. We're going to keep it. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. All right. Now this right here, when we came down here to Louis the 14th, right? We're going to come right here. It says the result was a mass exodus in defiance of the king's order. An estimated 200 to 500,000 Huguenots fled France in 17th century, late 17th century. Remember, he said 400 years. Right? So 200 to 500,000 Huguenots fled France in the late 17th century. So in the late 17th century, okay, he said mid 18th century. So I said, well, another 100 years, 17th century, that's 1650. So we got the late 1600s, right? Seeking refuge in more tolerant lands such as Dutch Republic, England, Prussia, Switzerland, and overseas in the American colonies. So coming over here, right? And some by the early 18th century, right? So that's 1750. Let's say 1750. Three major groups of Swartho Europeans, Moors, and Moriscos, Sephardic Jews, and Huguenots have been formally expelled or forced into exile from their European homelands. All right. Now, when we come down here, it says many Sephardim and Moriscos scattered around the Mediterranean Atlantic worlds, while Huguenot refugees dispersed across Protestant Europe and its colonies. Huguenots. A significant number from each group eventually crossed the Atlantic to the Americas, carrying with them their skills, languages, and memories of persecution. All right? Boom. Memories of persecution. Right. Right. Now, who has been regurgitating that over the last 500 years? $400 years, 16, 7, yeah, 4. Let's say 400, 3 to 400 years. He said 3 to 400 years. You do the 3 to 400 years. Yeah, you're looking at the late 1600s into the 1700s. Yeah, 300 years, that's 2000. That's what he's talking about. This is what this is talking about. Can you guys make this, combine it? Can you combine this together and make it make sense? Now, over this 300 to 400 years, you know, people talk about Slavs. Who are these Slavs? Now, I just gave you some definitions, right? We just looked over these definitions. But let's go talk about him. I've been playing him multiple times, and I'm going to keep him up here every time. So somebody tell me stop playing it.
In 1791, spell it out. It is a white nation for white Europeans and other white people classified as white. And blacks are going to be a permanent underclass. You will be classified as the States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. You're locked in a box. We got black leaders who can't figure that out. In this country, that in the Constitution, almost 300 and 400 years ago, Detroit failed. So what I'm saying to you is anything that's happened to black folk in this country is not by accident. You all have to understand today that you're locked into a social construct. That social construct was put in place almost 300 and 400 years ago.
All right. I'm just saying. Just letting you know, I'm inviting you into my mind. This is how I look at things. 300, 400 years ago. Right? 300, 400 years ago. What do they say? What do they say? 300, 400 years ago. Put 4 on this. 1609. That's 2009. Put 400 years on this. That's 1892. What happened in 1892? Is him, these type of people they talk, is he talking about himself? Is he talking about himself in relation to this whole situation of these people and not dealing with everybody? Not everybody. I mean, is this why he only could go so far? Because he's not a part of that bourgeois group? Or his people decided not to go with the bourgeois group? See, there's levels to this, but they're all talking about the same thing. They all talk about 300-400 years ago. Everybody that talks about 300-400 years ago has to come from these people. Has to. Nowhere else. There's nothing else that came into America but these people during that time. Zero. When are you guys going to say, well, if I hear you talking about this stuff, you must be one of these people? But the most important thing is that if you were one of these people, we brought you over here. You guys came over here and we gave you asylum. We set up businesses for you guys. You guys were inspired by our great law of peace, and you modeled it right after ours. So you wanted to be like us, or you probably had or was mandated to formulate it like that, so that way we can have a good understanding where you're at, so you could do the business. You're good people. You guys are distant cousins and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Our daughters can marry your sons, and your daughters can marry our sons. Some that nature, that nature. You know, you come in here, you know, we already know you good folk. Because we know you from way back. Yeah, y'all dropped the ball. Come on, man. We'll help you out. You need a loan? Cool. Come on over here. Help you out. Why would that be outside of the common sense? Isn't that kind of like how our people are? Hey, man, what you need, man? I got you. Hey, you know what? Man, we need some protection on these waters, man. We trying to get up out of here. They didn't broke us. They didn't took our money, took our property, foreclosed on stuff. Man, we need y'all help. And he said, okay, got your help. Come on over here. We're going to send some of our ships over there, and we're going to make sure y'all make it over here to the Americas. We got you. We're going to make a couple calls. Right? Simple enough. You don't need no help. Get that hat, man. See what I'm saying? People just want something. Damn that you teaching the class right now. Oh, my bad, I forgot. Nah, what? Yeah, so man, do you want the hat or not? Yeah. All right, man. All right. Hasta mañana. Hasta luego. Sheesh. All right, so see what I'm saying? Just break your whole concentration. All right, so this is what I'm saying. So now we can get back. Just wanted to show this, right? So I got these up because I want to come back. I just want to sit here with these dates and what he is saying. You know what I'm saying? I know some people might be upset or might disagree, but the link is going to be in the chat in a minute. I'm going to make this short. Changed everything up. You know what I mean? We got some business to talk about because we're going to lead up to what we're dealing with in regards to the Supreme Court thing, right? The sister is want to talk about it. Isness want to talk about it. So we're going to talk about it. But when we talk about it, she going to come up here and make sure that I'm not just searching around. I need to find the right things that I need to be finding. So she's going to come up here. All right. But nevertheless, 300-400 years ago, we have that. Is there a connection? Does it mean something? Is that what we're doing? All right. This is what we got to understand. All right. This is where I'm at. This is where I'm at with it. Now, let's go over here to free white persons. Okay. 1790. Remember, I showed you what 1793 was, and then you got 1789, right? All these different changes that was going on, and then you had these free white persons, right? But during that time, in the 1790, only dealt with white persons. Now, let me bring up this right here. Let me bring this up. Where we at? Okay, we can't change that out. Let's go with white persons. And the 1790 Naturalization Act. Let's pull it up real quick. All right, so what we have right here, what does this say? What does this say? It says, yes, the Naturalization Act of 1790 specifically limit naturalization of free white persons of good character. See, people leave out this good character thing. I don't know why, but it's good character. This restriction defined eligibility for the U.S. citizenship at that time. Now let's So let's bring this up. It says the overview. The Naturalization Act of 1790 was the first law in the United States to establish uniform rules for granting citizenship through naturalization. Key provisions: eligibility. The act limited naturalization to free white persons of good character. Where's all this aggression coming from that Dr. Claude is talking about? Residency requirement. Applicants had to reside in the U.S. for at least 2 years. Application process. Eligible individuals could apply for citizenship by filing a petition in a common law court. Those are your key provisions. Key. All right, let's here we go. Implications of that. Let's see what this says. The act effectively restricted citizenship to white immigrants, primarily from Western Europe, and it excluded non-white individuals, including African Americans and Native Americans. This racial criterion set a precedent for future immigration and naturalization laws. Now, this is false. False. I just showed you who the Moors, the Sephardims, and the Huguenots were. Swarthy. Where is the white coming in? Non-white individuals. You see they're using the word individuals. This is how you point this stuff out. You could tell it's not conjecture. This is constructive fraud. This is a misrepresentation of material facts. This is what holds up. Okay? So under the circumstances, you have this right here. White immigrants, number one, primarily from Western Europe. If we're talking about Western Europe, you're talking about Iberia, Spain, Iberia. Then those are who? The Huguenots, the Moors, and the Sephardims. Really, it's the Moors and the Sephardim. But check this out on the next line. And excluded non-white individuals. Individuals. Remember what an individual is, right? It's a person. It is a group in the person's category, right? Individual, right? What is a person? Individual, corporation, partnership, association, trust, estate. That's it. Including African Americans and Native Americans. Now, where do these African Americans come from? How did African Americans and Native Americans become two separate groups? Through this whole construction or reconstruction. So now you know where this is coming from. This is coming from reconstruction of the American history as it is supposed to be. And you're separating two groups. So if Dr. Claude is talking from this African American standpoint, then he's talking from a Huguenot position, because as I read yesterday, the Huguenots pretty much had what? All this oppression, suppression, and adversity. They did. Right? Then it says this racial criterion set a precedent for future immigration and naturalization laws. When and where? And this is what's going to lead us up to this Supreme Court situation in this naturalization thing. All right. Now, let's see here. See, this right here, all this is fake. Racial attitudes, complex legal landscape, white enough, all this crazy. It's crazy. Now, let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go to Naturalization Act of 1790. Okay, now what we're going to do is going to click on this. You see, it says free white persons of good character. We have this white persons here, the legal and social structures that define white Americans and distinguish them from persons who are not considered white by the government and society. Have varied throughout the history of the United States. Race is defined as a social and political category within society based on hierarchy. Now, what we're going to do is double click that. We're going to move over here. Let's continue reading. This eliminated ambiguity on how to treat newcomers, given that free Black people have been allowed citizenship at the state level in many states. In reading the Naturalization Act, and you see what I'm saying? You see this right here? Free Black people, state level. Naturalization Act, federal level. Okay, so in reading Naturalization Act, the courts also associated whiteness with Christianity and Judaism. Christianity and Judaism. And thus, sometimes excluded Muslim immigrants from citizenship. Not all the time, sometimes. Now, we're going to take this frame by frame. Okay, so let's go back. And thus sometimes excluded Muslim immigrants from citizenship by classifying them as Asians until the decision ex parte Morias recognized citizenship for a Saudi Muslim man in 1944. So we have a more right here. We have a more. Play with the words. Right? Now, we ain't going to spend too much more time with that. Definition of whiteness. I already gave you definition of whiteness. It actually deals with what religion you are. So if you are Christian, and this is why a lot of you see these brothers and sisters pushing this Christianity, because they know this Christianity and this Judaism will give you whiteness within the Naturalization Act of the United States, based on their Judeo-Christian values. Even Martin Luther King said that. You guys with me? You gals with me? All right. Now, whiteness. Let's pull this up a little bit. You see this? You see this? All bogus. All bogus. But let's look at this part right here. They do not conform to any biological, anthropological, or genetic criteria. It defines white people as people having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, Middle East, or North Africa. Now, who was occupying them places? The Phoenicians. Who came after them? The Carthaginians. Who came after them? The Romans. Who came after them? The Moors. Who was the Moors comprised of? The Maya Z, who they call Berbers. Now we know through the research that the Phoenicians, through the Moors, through the Romans, to the Carthaginians, to the Phoenicians. And we know the Phoenicians and the Canaanites are pretty much the same people, just the younger versions, the Canaanites, the Egyptians, the pharaohs, and all these people that go back and go back and go back all the way to the Mayans in America. Controlled all these areas for thousands of years, 10s and 30s and 40s and 50s and hundreds of thousands of years. All right. So if white people are considered to be from Europe, Middle East, or North Africa, what are they considered to be? Let's go over here real quick. Let's go down real quick. Now, it says the 19 U.S. Census public U.S. microdata sample listed Caucasian or Aryan, among other terms, as subgroups of white in their ancestry code listing. So you telling me that these brothers and sisters that we consider to be the Moors, Romans, Carthaginians, Phoenicians, Canaanites, in all these locations are Aryan, Caucasian? Where is the separation at? That's for you guys to figure out, anybody else to figure it out. This is what we trying to figure out here. All right, that's what we trying to figure out here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to run over here to Caucasian, just so we can be clear. white or Caucasian. Let's see the locations here. Let's see the location. We're just going to go straight to the locations. You can actually see that I done clicked on this quite a few times. So it says the Caucasian race was historically regarded as a biological taxon, which means a group of one or more populations of an organisms or organisms as seen by taxonomists to form a biological unit. Although neither is required, a taxon, once its description has become established, is usually known by a particular name and is given a particular ranking. Moors, Romans, Carthaginians, Phoenicians. Taxon. Biological. This Caucasian race. Biological. They're all related. Now, let's keep going. Depending on which of the historical race classifications was being used, usually included ancient and modern populations. Ancient and modern populations from Europe, West Asia. Okay, Europe. Got that? It is bordered by the Arctic Ocean to the north, the Atlantic to the ocean to the west, to the Mediterranean Sea to the south, and Asia to the east. This is Europe. Here it is. Okay. West Asia is the western region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. Sub-region consists of Anatolia, Turkey, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, okay, Sumer, Mesopotamia, the Armenian highlands, the Levant. Remember we was talking about the Levant, right? The Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus. Here it is. All right. Now, North Africa. We already talked about them Northern Africas. The northern portion of the African continent. However, it is sometimes defined as stretching from the Atlantic shores of the Western Sahara. All right. Here it is. That's your area. Libya, all them different places, right? All that. Syria, all them places. South Asia. Wait a minute. We way over in South Asia? Way over in South Asia. Let's click on it real quick. South Asia. That is Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka with Afghanistan. Caucasians, Central Asia. These are the stands. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and most of Kazakhstan. The countries as a group are also colloquially referred to as the stands, as all having names ending with the Persian suffix stan. So the Persians, these are Caucasians, and Caucasians to be white people. Well, wait a minute. We got two more. Nope, one more. I got Central, the Horn of Africa. Okay. The Horn of Africa, Somali. Somali Peninsula. Let's click on it. All right. Somali, Djibouti, right? Djibouti, or what they will call the D and the J would be Djibouti. All right, so this T right here is people of Djibouti. Ethiopia, Eritrea, and the partially recognized state of Somaliland. Although not common, some border geopolitical definitions include parts or all of Kenya and Sudan. Now, you know them Sudanese people is black as this flag, this part of the flag right here. Now, that's black. I mean, blurple. We call it blurple. That's how dark they are. But these are considered to be Caucasians. But you say, man, they come over here to call themselves white. You know why? Because they can. You know why? Because they daddy to these pale-skinned people. These are the true white people that was coming over here. Now, you wanna check? Let's check. Let's check. Let's come back here. Let's finish it out. Now, introduced in the 1780s by the members of the Göttingen School of History. I'll be doing good trying to pronounce this. I'll be sounding all intelligent shit. The term denoted one of three purported humans. Those three being Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid. In biological anthropology, Caucasoid has been used as an umbrella term for phenotypically similar groups from these different regions with a focus on skeletal anatomy and especially cranial morphology without regard to skin tone. Ancient and modern Caucasoid populations were thus not exclusively white, but ranged in complexion from white skin to dark brown. People say Wikipedia is not credible, but people don't use Wikipedia like I do. Just said it. Now, here's the one thing that people need to know about Wikipedia. Number one, there's references at the bottom. Number two, what they're not going to lie on is they white people. They're going to throw that in there because the white person in the Wikipedia is still going to be dominant. And the so-called black person is going to be a former slave. That's what they do know. There's going to be no power in Wikipedia depending on black people. White people, yeah. Anybody that did anything in regards to controlling or creating something, you're going to see a white face. The only one that they can't get away with is certain ones that they know they can't get away with. But those people, they will find a way to say that they came from slavery to about $1 billion in the great vast land in a matter of seconds. So there we go. Now, coming here, in the United States, the root term Caucasian is still in use as a synonym for people considered to be white or of European, West Asian, or North African ancestry as defined by the United States Census. But wait a minute. I know I'm using a lot of time, but wait a minute. But wait a minute, Dr. Cloud Anderson. Let's come back here.
Everybody.
Let's come back
over into Detroit. Over 1,000 of them. And guess what? The town got scared and fighting. And they told black folks, now it's racist to come in and not include everybody and everything. And so that ended that effort. And so that's why Detroit failed. So what I'm saying to you is anything that's happened to black folk in this country is not by accident. You all have to understand today that you're locked into a social construct. That social construct was put in place almost 300 and 400 years ago. You're locked and boxed. You're locked and boxed. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you that nobody else tells you. You're locked and boxed because of the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. You're locked and boxed. We got black leaders who can't figure that out. In this country, that in the Constitution, which was approved in 1789, it says that this is a white nation. The first immigration law in 1791, spell it out. It is a white nation for white Europeans and other white people classified as white. And blacks are going to be a permanent underclass. You will be classified as 3/5 of a human being.
All right, so let's get back to it. All right. Now, I'm going to be done in a second. I know I'm taking a little bit more time if business is still around, but it was 2:15. I started at, yeah, okay. All right, so free white persons, referred to in Naturalization Act as amended by Act July 14, 1870. So this fourth edition is talking about the 1870 amendment, right? 1870. We know just not too far after that, in the the Emancipation, so-called Emancipation Proclamation, there were treaties that was redrafted, right, with the so-called 5 civilized tribes. On top of that, this was supposed to free some slaves. On top of that, what they don't talk about is the Emergency Banking Act, right? The National Banking Act. And on top of that, there was a transfer of wealth, right, from the states to the federal government, giving the federal government more territory. I'm not saying land, I'm saying territory, because they don't own the land, but they had occupation in these places. That's why every government, every state government, governor's building, how do you say it? Government building, and all the government buildings from for the governor on down, you will see 2 flags. You'll see a state flag, and you'll see the United States of America's flag. They also, if you're dealing with counties, they have their county flags too as well. They all have certain type of seals and flags, like banners that go with it. See what I'm saying? And that's another complicated thing in itself when you're dealing with authentication and what you would call a exemplified type of authentication. Okay. Now, it says, meaning all persons belonging to the European races. So if they're persons, they're automatically citizens. They're citizens in one form or fashion or another, as we said, as an individual, okay? Belonging to the European races. I just showed you these European races. So, apologies. So it actually shows, right? We show what the Europeans, so these former Caucasians, European, what they say, European races, right? Then commonly counted as white. And they're counted as white. I don't mean they're white by a color of a look, but maybe a color as in a social construct. Okay? Just like Dr. Claude Anderson said, it's a social construct. Absolutely correct. And he said it started 300 to 400 years ago, but wait a minute, let me hold my thought on that. Okay, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated. It includes all European Jews. Wait a minute, Sephardim, right? More or less intermixed with peoples of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. And Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps and Finns, Phoenicians, and the Basque and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, the Ladinos, who are also Sephardi, Celtic Iberian, it's the Romans, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. Whoa, wait and wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. These things be hurting my dang on ears. I'm not a glasses type of guy, but I got to wear them to look at this thing on screen. It's killing my 20/20 vision. I said I got 50/50 vision. Wait a minute here. Wait a minute here. We know who these Moors are. I ain't even going to look at the screen right now. I'm just going to point like that. You know who them Moors are, right? You know who the Iberians are, right? We know who the Finns. Wait a minute, man. All right, let's keep going. The mixed Greek. So we got Greek here, got mixed Greek. It says the mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, and North African inhabitants of Sicily. Well, I'm good, ain't I? Am I good? Just tell me I'm good. I like to compliment every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Just tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm good. So you got Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. You got the mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, and North African inhabitants of Sicily. So you telling me in 1790 these Phoenicians still existed? Are you telling me that these Phoenicians still existed in 1870? Well, I be. So this mixed Greek wait a minute. This mixed Greek, we ain't even got into them. Latin, we didn't get into them. Phoenician and North African inhabitants of Sicily. Let's stop right there. We're going to go all the way back to the period after Albanians. And it says, it includes the mixed Latin, Celtic Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. But wait, there's a comma, not a period. There's a comma. The mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, and North African inhabitants of Sicily, and the mixed Slav and Tartar inhabitants of South Russia. Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. So wait. You telling me that this whole group of people are the entire people that stem from the Phoenicians? Remember how we did our timeline or our bloodline lineage, just dealing with the Phoenicians and the Canaanites and the Egyptians, right? Let's just deal with the Egyptians and the Phoenicians and the Canaanites. We don't have to go east, further east, around, back, but let's just deal with these people right here. Now, you have South Russia, the Tartar people, the mixed Slav, right? You have that group right there. You have Sicily, which is part, you don't see Italy. I don't see Italy. You got Sicily. Now, the Sicily, you call them Italian, you got a problem. They say we Sicilians, and they come back. They talk about that so-called black blood with them as well as to summarize. So we got North Africans. So we got the North Africans, right? The North African inhabitants of Sicily, right? So you think North Africa is what you think North Africa is. It's a big thing, a big wide range of an area of North Africa. But did anybody know Sicily was part of North Africa? I don't know if anybody knew that. But remember, we had the list. We had the list of the Amaya Z, right? The indigenous people of North Africa. All right. Now, we're going from right to left now. We're going next to the Phoenicians, the Latin, the Greek, that mixed group that created the Moors. Right? We go back to Portugal, Spain, right? The seat of the Moorish Empire, right? The seat of the Moorish Empire was Spain and Portugal. Whew. Interesting, ain't it? So you telling me there was a mass migration? There was a mass migration that kept going and going and going and going. That these people that was already here and did not get included until after the 1800s. This is what I'm saying. What my assessment of what Dr. Claude Anderson is saying is that he is a part of one of these people. That even then, with these social constructs, there still was a group of people that was left out. But this is a wide range of group of people. It's a wide range of people. But what we don't see in this thing is France or French. We don't see the French people. We don't see these Huguenots nowhere. See what I'm saying? But we don't know if these are those European Jews or whatever. But let's go here, right? It said it does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races. They say, well, wait a minute. I thought the Europeans was Caucasian. Yeah, they are. But see, they're not talking about race. They're talking about people. Right? So we're talking about race, or Indo-European races. Nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, and Mongolian peoples who inhabit Persia. So now we have this group of people that are not included as free white persons. You have those people. Says a Syrian of Asiatic birth and descent will not be entitled to become a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person. Right? And then it has this case law here. Then it says, nor a native born Filipino, nor a native of India who belong to the Hindu race. Interesting. All right. Now, spent enough time on this, but what I want to do is I want to bring this. Where are we at here? Where are we at here? Let me do this real quick. Let me take a quick break. So I know I've been going for a good minute. Let me look at this. Appreciate it. Gabe, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Americanism said, check. Americans have been called black, colored, African American, and Negro. All right. And then he says, their coach said, are you black or American? You can be both. He said, you put the, you know. My thing is I give a lot of different aspects to things, And yeah, I'm gonna get back to the civic and despotic too as well. Appreciate that. But I'm just trying to play it out just a little bit. What's going on, Tamula? What's going on, big dog? All right, so let's go over here to civic and despotic. All right, we're gonna go despotic first. We're gonna go in order from bottom to top. All right, so we got despotic, 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 despotic. Despot. A railroad freight. Okay, that's a depot. DES. Yeah. The wrong spot. Okay, despot. So it said this word in its original and most simple acceptation signifies master and supreme lord. It is synonymous with monarch. So free. I self-lord am master, right? Right, Rich? I self-lord am master. So that's a despot. Being free is related to those titles. Right? Being free related to those titles. All right, let's go to civic. Just trying to give you guys. Hey, look, I know some of y'all don't want to mess with this system, but if you looked at it from a different perspective, you will mess with the system because then you will know where you stand within the system in your proper person. Civic, pertaining to a city or citizen or to citizenship. Wait a minute here. Damn, this thing is tearing my ears up. Wait a minute. Wait. So civic pertains to a city. Your civic duties. Citizenship. Civics. Everything that comes through city, municipalities. Right? A municipality. We're going to take it to municipality after this. So, all municipalities run through statutes and codes. All of these things are all enforced through the city. This is why, you know, if you live in certain places, you might, like in California, the street signs are different colors. And when you know if you're in city limits or in county limits, or county has jurisdiction, is if you look at the signs and you look and see what law enforcement is patrolling. See what I'm saying? But let's go to municipality. Whew. These things tearing me up. All right. Let's go to municipality real quick. Yeah. All right, there we go. Okay, so municipal. In narrow sense, it means pertaining to a local governmental unit, commonly a city or town, or other governmental unit. In its broader sense, it means pertaining to the public or governmental affairs of a state or nation or of a people. Ta-da! So it says that it's pertaining to the public or governmental affairs of a state or nation. So the municipality, the cities are actually the ones that cover this public policy, and they handle all the governmental affairs. It's where you have all your state thing, all your court, everything, all this, the things that we deal with day to day. The city handles that. Where do you get your water and power from? The city. The city holds certain things, and this county holds other things. See what I'm saying? So, ta-da. Now, municipal. We ain't gonna get into them bonds. Let's see what municipal authorities. I haven't looked at this before. As used in statutes contemplating. Okay, municipal authorities as used in statutes contemplating the consent of such authorities. Term means the consent by the legislative authorities of the city acting by ordinance. Nice. There you go. That's what the city does. Let's come down here. They still got more. They still got more. Municipal law, not the law of a city only, but the law of the state. All right. Let's see if they got a municipality here. There it is. A municipality. Check this. Municipality, a legally incorporated or duly authorized association of inhabitants of limited area for local governmental or other public purposes. A legally incorporated or duly authorized association of inhabitants. Right here, it says a body politic created by the incorporation of the people of a prescribed, remember, prescribed locality invested with subordinate powers of legislation to assist in the civil government of the state and to regulate and administer local and internal affairs of the community. Incorporation, body politic of the people, by the incorporation of the people. Body politic by the incorporation of the people. The people. What people? So if that body politic, right, the body of that body politic is the people that actually make that thing work through all the different fashions. But that's enough of that. Now, just going over this. Where am I at? 251, 238. I didn't spend a lot of time doing this, didn't I? A lot of time. A lot of time. All right. Here's what I'm going to do this last one, right? That ain't what I want. Now, this is something I'm going to get into, right? I'm going to get into this. This is going to be the last transfer in dealing with the connections, right? I got Queen Moo I want to share. I got one more thing I want to share on that, and that's going to bring all this stuff home. And this is, I did a thing on the American Indians, American history, Indians in the United States banking. Okay. So you have these treaties. Part one, you have these treaties, right? You have these treaties going on. You got articles of peace and commerce. Land boundaries, mutual defense. The Creeks agree to assist the English against any enemy, right? The English agree to prosecute anyone who harms Creek citizens. dealing with their citizens. All right. Now, these are English. Treaty of Savannah, 1733. Treaty with the Lower Creeks. All right. All right. Treaty of Augustus. Look at this. All this before the United States. All right. Creek and Cherokee headmen ceded land between the Little River and Tougaloo rivers. See, this is where they get into that ceded land stuff, right? My bad, American business. I got to touch on this because I heard people talking about stuff. I've been looking around different platforms all over, and it's like they talking about what I'm talking about. They won't talk about it. Well, I'm glad I gave you guys the courage to talk about it. But people get this ceded land misunderstood. Peep this. Treaty of Augusta. Creek and Cherokee headmen ceded land between the Little River and Tougaloo River. Why? Because of debt. The text and British summary say outright that the land cession was as a result of indebtedness to English fur traders. Translation: British Carolina Georgia traders extended credit for guns, cloth, metal goods, etc. Creeks and Cherokees owed those merchants. The crown brokers a deal, pay off the debt in land. You guys believe that? I kind of set this thing up. I did this one a while back. I set this thing up. Let's go over to seed. Right? Let's go over to seed real quick. Let's go over to seed. Let's go over to seed. All right, here go right here. Here's seed right here. To yield up, to assign, to grant. Assignment, to assign, to grant. Generally used to designate the transfer of territory from one government to another. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you telling me that the Creek had a government? All right, the other thing we're going to look up is we're going to go to Indian, right? I've shown this plenty of times. I've shown this plenty of times, but I'm going to show you again. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to look this up real quick. Let's get over here. All right, here we go. All right, so let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Okay, so here's Indian country. As the term is used in the federal statutes is a country to which the Indians retain the right of use and occupancy involving under certain restrictions, freedom of action, of enjoyment, and their capacity as distinct people, and ceases to be such when their title is extinguished, unless by virtue of some reservation expressed at the time and clearly appearing. See how they're interpreting things? This is case law. See how they throw that in there? these plenary acts. This term does not necessarily import territory. This term does not necessarily import territory owned and occupied by Indians, but it means all those portions of the United States designated by this name in the legislation of Congress. See that? In plenary actions. See, these are plenary acts. Now, let's go to Indian reservation. Part of public domain set aside by proper authority for use and occupation of tribe or tribes of Indians. Indian title. Claim of Indian tribes of right because of immemorial occupancy to roam certain territory to exclusion of any other Indians. Indian tribe. A separate and distinct community or body of the Aboriginal Indian race men found in the United States. Indians, the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. Now, what we're also going to do is we're going to come over here. We're going to go to education. We are going to go to, we are going to come down here. We're going to hit the Black's Law Fifth. We'll go to I. What we're going to do is we're going to go find Indian. There was something that I wanted to find here that was important. Because there was something that talked about ceding land. All right, something that was dealing with ceding land. Here we go. Let's go. There you go. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is where we got right here. See, Black's Law Fourth didn't have this. Black's Law Fifth does. Indian lands. Everybody view that. Real property. And we already saw what real property is. Ceded to the U.S. by Indians commonly to be held in trust for Indians. See Indian country, Indian reservation, Indian tribal property, Indian tribe. Now, what we haven't looked at yet was Indian tribe. A separate and distinct community or body of the Aboriginal or indigenous race of men found in the United States. An Indian tribe within the meaning of Indian Non-Intercourse Act is a body of Indians of the same or similar race, united in a community under one leadership or government, and inhabiting a particular, though sometimes ill-defined, territory. Indian tribal property, property in which an Indian tribe has a legally enforceable interest. This term refers to real property, the title to which is vested in the United States, but held in trust for the Indian tribe. All right? Such property, depending on context in which the term is used, may or may not be public property of the United States for public use. So you say, hey, you can use this area, right? You can set up your parks. You can set up your little golf courses. You can set up your little other things that you want to do for the public use. Pay rent. You still got to pay rent. All right? So you guys get a little bit excited about this stuff, man. You're like, oh, man, you see, they gave it up and had to, no, they still got to pay rent. Yeah, we'll move. Yeah, we'll allot this to you guys. Allotments, right? These allotments. You say, well, they allotted us. No. No, man, that's not right. I'm trying to give you the law as it works. I'm trying to show you that these are the laws in articles and civics and instructions and regulations that we set up for them, because they were inspired by our great law of peace, in which made the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights. Everything came from the great law of peace that started in what? 1100? Thought so. Now, let's look up allotment. We're going to go back to Black's Law 4th. Let's go back to allotment. Yep, and I've been off. Yep, I'm off course, but I'm on course. You see what I'm saying? I'm off course, but I'm on course. We're still talking about the same thing, because at the end of the day, we're bringing it right here to the present. Everything that's been happening right now and is still in place. Allotment. Allotment. All right, here we go. Here we go. Allotment. Okay, so allot, to apportion, distribute, or divide property previously held in common among those entitled, assigned to each his rateable portion, to be held in severalty. That's independent, separate. To set apart specific property, a share of a fund to a distinct party. Allotment. Okay, so hold on. In the law of corporations, to allot shares, the debentures appropriate them to applicants or persons who have applied for them. All right, allotment, a share or portion, that which is allotted, apportionment, division, the distribution of shares, partition, the distribution of land under an enclosure act, the term ordinarily and commonly used to describe land held by Indians after allotment. See how they flip that around? But no, we see the land to them to be held in trust and to be used for the benefit of the public, right? It's like a 501c3. Do you know that the United States is a private 501c3? They are a 501c. They are a public benefit charitable corporation. So who's doing the allotting? All right. So after allotment and before the issuance of the patent in fee simple, that deprives the land of its character as Indian country. You see all this that's going on right now. You're seeing, and you see this is Oklahoma. This is Oklahoma. That bottom part, that's Oklahoma. See, this is how their plenary actions, their plenary acts, how they was doing things through Congress. All this stuff was being done through Congress and then being slipped through the back door through Supreme Court, through their interpretation. And what we're going to deal with in regards to that whole situation of what happened in the Supreme Court with the Naturalization Act. I'm just saying. It's reverse. It's flipped upside down. It's what we used to call, reverse technology, or we call it tricknology. All right. So now we know, see the land to be held in trust, right? So if it's to be held in trust, as they said it right here, but right here they said land held by Indians after allotment. But in C, it said held in trust. I held after allotment to be held in trust. So if you're holding something in trust, that means you have a fiduciary duty, right? And you're responsible for what? Paying. All right. Now, this thing, let me minimize this a little bit so I can get a better look. Oof, I didn't mean to do that. Bam, let's come there with it. I'm going to come down here. All right, so look. I know this is going fast, but let me blow this up for you. All right, so we got a lot of conversation we're going to deal with in banking. Got a lot of stuff. You see, if you look right here, I got some FDIC stuff in there with the Indian nations. Just you're doing some compare and contrast, giving you some law, the Indian Reorganization Act. We're going to talk about tribal economic sovereignty, sovereign owner inside U.S. banking law. We're going to talk about the Chickasaw Community Bank. We're going to talk about so many things. See right here, you got the tribal charter, financial authority outside state control. You got all these different models going on. This is right here. You got the OCC. We just talked about the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. And it says right here, this is the OCC even published a 2002 guide, a guide to tribal ownership of a national bank. How about that? We about to show you some things. Feel me? Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. 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 There's gonna be some nice stuff here. Ooh, we're gonna talk about federal versus state banks. Man, this is gonna be crazy. Better tell you people to show up because we about to get on this next week. About to go into it next week. We even took our little trip around the world into the back of the days thing and all that stuff. I think it's without a doubt that this is the best thing smoking, right? America is the best thing smoking. And we'll get back to that if, you know what I'm saying, the people will recognize that are in position that they're no longer capable of handling it and controlling the gift that was given to them. The gift that was given to them. It was given a gift. And they took advantage of that gift. Ceding land is gifting, granting. You saw it mean grant. We granted that to you. We seeded these things. We gifted it to you. We donated it. We said, hey, you know, we saw you did bad out there, brother, cousin, sister, cousin. You know what I'm saying? Niece, nephew, messed up, man. Got to give it back. Run it back. We'll take over. But we ain't going to do that much to you. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to pay. You're going to pay. I don't care about what happens after that. I don't care if you got to go back to the shack or if you got to go back to the yard. That's what you're going to have to do. That's what you're going to have to do. Because you let your materialistic nature take over you. And something came and fell within you to where you thought that you were bigger than a program. And next thing you know, these people that you brought with you betrayed you and took you over. Now you're in a position where now you're all the way out. Now you see, right? We're going to go with clause 300 to 400 years. This is 2026 minus 400. That is 1626. Right? 1626. So 1626. We know who was over here. Then we know after the Reconstruction, there was a new wave of people that was coming in through the famous Forum, right? Ellis Island, right? San Francisco. What was that port over there in San Francisco? They was also coming through Texas, right? Houston has a port, major port. South Carolina, Virginia. It was coming through multiple ways. People keep talking about New York, but there was multiple other ones. Then you have people that was coming through Canada, right? Through the Canary Islands, right? Then you had people that was coming around through the islands, setting up coming through the islands, working over there, then coming through South America. You know what I'm saying? But once they came through Texas, they could go either direction, right? Texas is kind of like that hub, the Gulf. So what they call the Gulf of America now. Bingo. See what I'm saying? They could move everywhere. These are the same routes they've been using over the last 7 years. Or the last 7 years. See what I'm saying? They've been using those same routes. Then now the people who are saying this crazy shit that they ain't even got to get on a boat or a plane. They can walk over here. What are you talking about? There's a portal? Get out of here. You're going to have to show me that. All right, so look, we talking about this Federal Reserve, talking about that Senate Banking Committee. Boy, we about to talk about some things. All right. So look, at the end of the day, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start off. We ain't gonna spend a lot of time on it. I know it's 3 o'clock. I'll be damned. It's 3 o'clock. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna sit here. Let me stop sharing this. Let me close that out. I want to bring up the video. Let's bring up the video. Let's go to my history. Where is it at? Boom, boom. Hold on, where it go? There it go. All right. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this link. Isn't you still in the building? I want you to come up here. None of your business to come up here. This is for them too, only. This is a link that Isn't shared with me. She wants to kind of touch on it so we can get started, and then we can actually, go in on it. Maybe I might go live tomorrow so we can touch on it, because I did say I want to get at it. If she's here, come on up. I'm about to bring it up right here. Boom. There you go. I did look at it. I did look at it. And it's interesting what he was saying. But I know there was something she wanted to touch on that Clarence Thomas said. Clarence Thomas is considered to be the big coon. So we will see what he's talking about. All right. So what I'm going to do right here is yeah, I hear you, Donnie. I hear you. That's right. It's crazy, ain't it? It's crazy. So yeah. See what else we got here. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I like that. Let Trump know so we can get this out of here. Yeah. All right. So look, I don't know what I'm looking for. Isn't this? I don't know what I'm looking for. If you just got to come up here, give me a time step where we at right now, that's cool. I need to know. All right, let me look. All right. All right. We about to play it. All right, shout out. Hold on. Let me big this guy up. Hold on, let me close him up a little bit. This is Robert I'm going to subscribe to him. That is Robert Gouvier Esquire. He is an attorney. All right. He is an attorney. I listened to some of them, boy. He spent like 3-4 minutes just on a comma not being there. Man, where that comma at? The comma was supposed to be there. Man, this dude threw a damn fit because it wasn't a comma there. I was like, you telling me a comma gonna mess up the whole thing? He was kind of like, yeah. All right, we're gonna play this. I'm on mute. Give me some water.
Citizenship to blacks as a subordinate and inferior class in 1857. Now, after the Civil War, the Reconstruction Congress overruled Dred Scott. They did it first with the Civil Rights Act of 1866, then again with the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment. Both the Civil Rights Act and the Citizenship Clause guaranteed citizenship to persons born and domiciled in the U.S. regardless of their race. Neither, though, guaranteed citizenship to persons who were not domiciled in the United States. Clarence Thomas says, blacks were entitled to citizenship because they were Americans. They had no other homeland. They owed no allegiance to any foreign power, and they were subject to no other authority. They fought and bled in the same battles. They were gained and gloried in the same victories, and they were liable to be called upon to defend America in a time of war, alongside every other citizen. They were Americans. These people who are coming in illegally are not. They haven't done any of this crap. They haven't fought and bled. They weren't brought here against their will. They didn't violate the law. They did violate the law, but the African Americans did not. They were brought here against their will. The people coming from Guatemala are not brought here against their will. They come in here on their own volition in violation of our laws. To compare them both to one another, like John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett did, is to diminish the plight of the slaves and the history of Black Americans in America, to make a false equivalency between foreign invaders and the people in America. The Citizenship Clause thus guaranteed them the dignity and the glory of American citizenship, so as to ensure that they would never be treated again as second-class citizens. Now, the same could not be said for the children of foreign temporary visitors. It's not the same bucket. Foreign temporary visitors were attached to their home country. They lacked similar bonds to this country. They would not be called upon in a time of war. Americans, consistent with the settler ethos, believed that citizens were the people who called a place home. And so accordingly, domicile, a person's legal home, played a key role in both state and federal citizenship. A person was a citizenship in a state where they had domicile. We decided that in 1859. When foreigners temporarily visited, their national character was unchanged. They're here temporarily. Such visitors were strangers. They weren't subjects. And so a person born here, but domiciled, living in a foreign land, was therefore considered as much a stranger to the country as was his father. So that is why when Dred Scott went to court, he argued that to be a citizen, it is only necessary that he should have domicile. After this court said that Scott was not a citizen simply because he was black, Republicans in Congress, such as Representative John Bingham and others, stated that a person was a citizen if he was born and domiciled here. Scott was a citizen in their view, Dred Scott, because he was born to Americans, not temporary sojourners. And as Frederick Douglass had put it, the freedmen sought citizenship not as aliens nor as exiles, but as Americans. Congress implemented the principle that citizenship follows birth and domicile when they passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Then again, in the Citizenship Clause in the 14th Amendment, the Civil Rights Act guaranteed citizenship to persons who were born in the United States and, as relevant here, not subject to any foreign power, meaning they are stateless. They don't have another country that calls them a citizen. The phrase "not subject to any foreign power," writes Clarence Thomas in his dissent, excluded from citizenship children of foreign-born temporary visitors. They were subject to the power of their home country. So your baby belongs to them. The Citizenship Clause, which the same Congress passed shortly thereafter the Civil Rights Act, was understood to have the same meaning. It guaranteed citizenship to persons who were born both born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Very simple. A person was subject to the jurisdiction of the government of his domicile. Domicile was the foundation of jurisdictions over persons. According to another treatise, The Law of Nations, that John Roberts apparently didn't read, the government of a person's domicile has broad powers over that person, including with respect to his personal affairs, his conduct abroad, his personal taxes, mutual duties of protection and allegiance. So as the senator who introduced the citizenship clause explained during the debates, the word, quote, jurisdiction, he said, as here employed, ought to be construed so as to imply full and complete jurisdiction. Okay. The same jurisdiction in extent and quality as applies to every citizen of the United States now. After all, Congress would have no right to make citizens of persons who are here temporarily residing. Senator Trumbull said that too. But John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett liked his other statements. So they picked those and weighed those against that statement. They're both citing the same person. The citizenship clause was consistently interpreted not to apply to the children of foreign temporary visitors who were by definition not domiciled here. Regardless of the administration or the party, the government for decades after ratification regularly denied claims to citizenship by children who were born in the U.S. but not living here, not domiciled here. When a child was born in the United States, the parents domiciled living abroad, he was not, therefore, under the Constitution, a citizen. Scholars agreed. A child born within the territory of the U.S. of alien parents was not a citizen unless his parents were, again, permanently domiciled here. The court agreed. The citizenship clause excluded from its operation children of the citizens or subjects of foreign states born within the U.S., and Congress agreed to.
Hey, none of your business. I'm trying to find the one he was talking about that he said something about who the American is in the thing. Did I miss it? None of your business. You up.
Oh, which one was it?
She said there was something that Clarence Thomas said in the speech about the only American is the black people are the only American.
Yeah, I think that was the Clarence Thomas. His response to the 3/5, the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, but she said there was something he said in there that actually said that the only American is the black people are the only American, is the real American.
I think Sister Bethy read that today too on Cuddy's show.
Okay.
His response, yeah. I might have sent it to you, but it was just some guy reading it. Some guy reading it.
Yeah, she sent me this one. But I'm thinking that, but she sent this one. I was like, I'm trying to figure out.
I sent so many.
Yeah, you did. I got the actual link up. You sent me that Google link of that article.
About Trump?
About this one, about the Supreme Court thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know I sent a link either for this and for Trump with the emergency announcement 2 days ago.
Okay, what's that about?
Basically, he's saying there's some type of emergency with food safety or food, I guess with all the places being burned down.
And
then he said,
what places being burned down?
I guess it was some food plants, some meat packing places, and some different meat related places.
Damn. That's what I'm saying, man. That's why I be trying to find them. That's why I be promoting these people with these farms with the meat. I'm like, man, we gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah, and then he was saying something about some type of oil or something that we were getting from Morocco. Or some type of fertilizer. So I think
that's what I'm saying. Now you bet it's like what the hell is going on here? Like this shit is supposed to be cleaned up, and they still allowing this infiltration to go on here. You know what I mean? They still allowing the tax. They still allowing the franchise tax board and the IRS to still allow. There's still people in this system that's still doing,
business as usual. Business as usual.
No, they still got road agents up in there.
Oh yeah, that's business as usual.
He still ain't got control. What I'm saying, he still ain't got control of this shit.
Oh, he hasn't drained the swamp. No,
he ain't got control of it. I mean, that's supposed to be his first thing. Fuck Iran. Excuse my language, but fuck Iran.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of them, man, take care of this system, man. If you take care of this system and clean it out, man, everybody else is gonna fall in line because most of the people in the system that's on this fraud are foreigners.
Well, it makes total sense, but at the end of the day, they're kind of like mad scientists. They're ready to see it all go down the tubes. Kind of like if they can't have it the way they want it, nobody gets it.
See, that's the problem. That's why too many old people up in there. See, these old people don't care. They ain't already at the end of their list. They don't care about nothing. They just want to get theirs while they gone and take care of them and theirs. You need some young people in there.
Exactly. Some new blood.
And that's why Trump. This is the one thing I like what Trump did. He got a bunch of young people around him. Like all of these people are in their early 50s or younger. Mm-hmm. Like what's his name? JD Vance is what? Like 40?
49?
I think he's younger than that.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And then his Department of State, what's the dude's name from Florida? What's his name? He's in his early 50s, probably late 40s as well. All these cats is young. I mean, his White House guy, the dude with the bald head that be talking a lot of shit. This dude is in his 30s. He's like 38.
Oh.
I checked a lot of these people ages. They young. Ain't none of them none really in their 60s. I think Holman, the rest, but everybody that is on that cabinet is like my age. Like
I know the
mid-50s or younger.
Yeah, I know the press secretary is pretty young.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She like 30?
Right.
31. The White House correspondent guy. Like all them people, they young.
The housing guy, he seems like he's early.
Oh yeah, Scott. Yeah, Scott. He's a former football player. Yeah, he's in his late 40s, mid-late 40s, early. Yeah, just by the way he looked, you could tell he's in his 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember him. That dude would hit you upside your head. See that big old head he got? Just put a helmet on that.
I mean, he had everything set up to just, work automatically, but at the same time, there's all this chaos.
Right. This is why we got to get focused, though. We got to get focused, and like I said, we're gonna start getting. We about to start getting to it.
Well, that's
like HUD. We need to take advantage of HUD, FHA, all this stuff, the state, all this stuff. Yeah,
that's the importance of this. When people are talking about it and they're speaking about it in such a way that they've learned and they know what's going on, then they kind of fall in line with what they're supposed to do because they know they're going to get some pushback.
But you're right, and it's there though. No, if we can cancel out all the noise, it's there, and there is no. And this is one of the only times people are so preoccupied with Trump, they ain't got time to think about us right now. The only people that are focused on us trying to get us to come out here is the ones that are considered to be our sworn enemies.
The buffer classes.
Yeah. All these people that are trying to get us to jump on their back, we need you, we need you, we need you. And all the baby stuff like that.
Where were you? Where were you when we needed you? Where were you guys when we needed you? Nowhere to be found.
None. None of them.
Nobody's ever really, I mean, in small isolated situations, like, I mean, I won't lie, in small isolated situations, there have been times where, you know, people have just come out of the woodwork to help out in different situations. But overall, you know, that doesn't happen.
Right. And I remember back in the early 2000s, well, 2006, you know, up to 2015, you could not, it was hard to get a professional athlete get involved.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? But they kept running their camps in all these white neighborhoods.
Yeah, definitely.
Like that's where they go. Like they're not coming to the neighborhood.
No, I know of one that I'm related to. Same thing. Didn't show up to, you know, family events, but had all these little camps, and you see him on TV constantly.
Because they can't. He can't. He is instructed.
Right.
Don't do it. Don't do no free stuff over there. Don't do that.
But I remember growing up, you know, Jerry Stewart, what's the other one? Jerry Rice, all of them. Not Jerry Stewart, Dave Stewart.
Oh,
Jerry
yeah.
Rice.
Dave Stewart with the A's, right?
Yeah, I got like pictures with him. Got invited to special events because I had good grades and stuff like that. Like, you're right. These athletes were not larger than life. They were like really hometown heroes.
This is what these youngsters ain't got no more. Look, when the Kings first got to Sacramento in the 80s, the first place they had their camp was right off of Mack Road, where the before the Kaiser Hospital was built. I don't know if you've ever been to Sacramento, but if you've been off Mack Road, Valley High, right there, they was right there. And my school went. You know what I'm saying? My school was there. You know what I'm saying? And the hood. And it was
They're still doing things because I have a friend who they came and sent for her son out of Stockton and brought him to Sacramento, and he got to watch a game, the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
But he's special needs.
Yeah. Well,
it was really nice. You know, they got kind of like called out on the stage and all of that. I mean, on the court.
Yeah, the Maloof brothers. See, that was the Maloof brothers. The Maloof brothers, they was cool people. Like they Russians, but they was cool. I mean, they was not racist. They actually rebuilt my alma mater's football field. Baseball field is all right now. I mean, my childhood baseball field, airport on 24th Street. That thing right there is all built up. I mean, and they got the Kings up there. I mean, I'm telling you, man, they took care of the inner city. Like, and they did it quietly. But you would never see Chris Webber over there. You would never see Mike Bibby. You would never see none of them coming in them neighborhoods. But the Maloofs did.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I remember all those days because I was working at a sporting goods store, and you know, they were always showing up, signing stuff, and if we called any of them, they were always ready. Like, what do you need from us? What do you need us to do? So, yeah.
That's when the A's used to be the A's. Y'all had some real brothers on that team. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't remember Dave Stewart. Dave Stewart had that little soft voice, but boy, that dude could pitch.
Sure did. Yeah.
He could pitch.
He was just beautiful with it too, with his tall self. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wasn't no little dude. Definitely wasn't a little guy at all. Then you guys had Ricky Henderson.
Ricky Henderson. Now he was small.
Yeah.
Canseco. I got to meet Raleigh Fingers.
Oh, you got to meet Raleigh?
Yeah.
Wow. That's tight. Yeah, Raleigh with the little mustache.
Yeah, the handlebar mustache.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Shit, yeah. I mean, the A's was damn near like indestructible during them times. I mean, it was one of the best teams that ever was formed. But the littlest dude, Ricky Henderson, was the guy.
Oh, yeah. But what do you think about Canseco? He was pretty good.
Yeah, he was definitely good. Definitely. He was we called him, he was a 30-30 guy. 30 home runs, 30 doubles, 30 stolen bases. He used to do his thing. Yeah. But they caught him, on that stuff,
With the drugs, yeah.
He was on that stuff. Yeah, that boy, Cuban. Yep, Cuban. Yeah, he loved sisters too. He loved his sisters. He loved his sisters.
Oh yeah, he would be all over the town. He would be at the little restaurants and stuff.
Yep. See, people don't understand baseball back in the day. Brothers was all up in that. In California, known for it.
We all played baseball back in the day. Like every weekend or every other weekend, we had a neighborhood game where the adults and the children, like we all played baseball.
That's right. That's right. That was. I mean, that one video I showed, was it yesterday, the day before, where Richard Nixon was talking? He said, where would the Pittsburgh Pirates be without all them black people?
Well,
he said all the black people on that team.
It's a sport that began with our ancestors. And so, it was passed down in such a way that it was the sport.
Right.
Like before basketball.
It was the sport. And I've been working on it too. I'm gonna do a full segment on the Negro League.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a full segment on that. I'm baseball. I mean, I coach basketball, but I know more baseball than I know basketball. It's hard to coach baseball out here now. And I didn't want to do it just for the simple fact it's not enough. Like a lot of people don't, like Dave Winfield, he got a spot out there in Compton, but it's like all the so-called black people who's coming. So it's like you can't turn them away because you're a nonprofit. So you can't turn them away because they can say you're discriminating. So they kind of get you in that little pocket.
But not only that, if you turn them away, you won't have any participants.
That too.
So it's kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't. But I feel like there's something deeper about baseball, and the fact that it's the national pastime. Like there's a reason, just like with our music and our movies, they want to get us out and get the tethers in. So it's pretty much the same thing with the national pastime.
Exactly. Now, there's certain things that happen. You might know. Have you heard of Josh Gibson?
Josh Gibson. Does his father play?
Josh Gibson played in the Negro League.
Oh, okay. I think, I've definitely heard of him.
Yeah, he like what? Barry Bonds got what, 7 something? Yeah, 700 something home runs, 750 something home runs total.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Josh got 200 more than that.
Whoa.
He damn near got 1,000.
Yeah, I'm almost certain I heard about him from old dude.
You remember that movie Bingo Long?
No.
You didn't watch? Oh man, Bingo Long had Richard Pryor in there.
I probably did. I just don't know the name.
Yeah, had Richard Pryor. Had Billy D in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm almost there.
Oh man, that one. Man, it's a bunch of good movies. I wish I had a way to play them without getting struck or anything like that. But that right there, it tells you a lot because him and Satchel Paige. Satchel Paige went to the Major League Baseball at age 50.
Whoa.
And made the Hall of Fame in the Major League Baseball. He still got records. At age 50, he played.
That's when the sport was real.
He played 10 years, I think.
Probably played with a wooden bat.
No, he was a pitcher.
Oh, okay.
He 50 years old, and you're pitching in the major leagues, and you setting records. Oh man, I'm telling you, this is gonna be great. The other thing about the Negro League is that there were teams that was in those leagues in Cuba, Mexico, South America. When I say they were traveling, they were traveling. This is what I don't understand, you know what I'm saying, what Fidel Castro was doing. Because Cuba was always related to the Americas. You know, that shit is a hop, skip, and a jump. That's a canoe boat ride to Florida.
From Florida, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It is, but you know my belief. I don't believe they're related to us.
Oh, they are.
I don't think so.
That's why I'm gonna bring in that Negro League to show you how related they are. They used to do business together back in the day. This is where all that communism and all this all this whole new remixing, this reconstruction of things, and changed the whole dynamics. It changed the whole dynamics. I actually found that my fifth great grandfather, my fourth great grandfather on my mom's side actually used to travel back and forth to Cuba doing business, ship rides. Like it's a hop, skip. You think about it though. None of your business. It's like a hop, skip, and a jump. Why wouldn't Americans have business with these islands? Why wouldn't it? It ain't too far to get there.
I mean, if that's what they wanted to do, but at the same time, there was a lot of just upheaval and different things going on to where they were putting in proxy people. Like
yeah,
yeah.
You're right. I agree.
They pretty much genocided all of our indigenous people from Cuba. Yeah. And so the ones that did survive, they were exiled here, just like with the Jacobite exile. So those people who were brought in there are African. And I mean, I have a very, very famous Cuban friend and teacher. She was my teacher. And so she's clearly African. She's clearly African, even though, she was pretty much grew up here in the Bay Area. I don't know if you ever heard of Cassie Lopez.
No, I haven't heard of her.
Yeah, but she'll tell you, that's where I learned a lot of just the history down there. That they were African. They are African. Even though she considers herself Indian, it's because of her Spanish, her mestizo bloodline.
Right.
I need to call her to verify that, but she doesn't believe that we are the Indians. She believes that the natives are.
Yeah, but my brother told me this one time. He said sometimes he said don't get angry at people because you think they know, because they might not know. They might be indoctrinated too. I said, okay, But he was talking about attorneys and stuff because he's like, they might not know either. He was talking about that, so I carried that on to a lot of other places. You know what I'm saying?
Some of them don't. Yeah.
Some of them don't know. None of your business. Some of them don't know. That's why I'm cool. I don't get on people's head like that no more. You know, when I first got into the knowledge, I was full of fire. I was angry. I hated everybody. You know, but once I got to the point where I said, maybe you don't know. Maybe you are indoctrinated more than I am. And then that put me in a different category. You know what I'm saying?
She is what she describes herself as a Zombo. So she's part African and then she's part mestizo. And then she's married into the mestizo side. So I don't know if she's keeping, making room for the mestizos to be the Indians because that's also her bloodline. Or if she knows, like it felt like she knew, but then I don't know, it's just something in her where she doesn't accept it. She says no, it's African and mestizo, and you guys are also African. That's what she said about me. You guys are also African. And I said, well, my grandmother told me, that we are Indian, Creole, and that it's the same thing. My grandmother also described us with the N word. I'm not gonna say it on your channel. And never once did she say anything about us being African from Africa. Her and my mom. She pointed out who the natives were, who the Eskimos were, because we had all of those in our neighborhood. And my mom, she was like close friends with everybody. So we were close friends with the Eskimos and the natives. And my mom would go to their powwows and say, I'm the real Indian. She would do just like Sister Becky did, stand up with a sign and crash the little powwows. And but she,
you know what I'm saying? Y'all women, the sisters, I tell people, like, I got 4 sisters. I said, these sisters is with that business. I don't know what anybody else talking about, but you better get out their way.
Right.
You better get out their way.
We're going to proceed with caution at the end of the day, because I'm not trying to end up in nobody's jail cell.
Right. Now, I'll say this to what you was talking about, the woman you was referring to. Well, anytime you hear that, when they try to make a definitive statement like you are this and you are that means they have a personal and financial interest in that. And they have a lot to gain to that. And if they were to admit that, they got a lot to lose. So that's what you say, all right, I got you. It ain't no need to argue it.
Oh, I don't.
She is she's useful in some form of fashion because she's going to show you the culture of what she lives on every day. And we know this American culture. That's why I showed that stele of the Mayans right there with that so-called African drum. You know what I'm saying? And I showed the connections to that drum, and they can't tell me shit. I'm telling you, they can't tell me nothing about that. I already know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm even going, there's a Cuban conga drummer that pretty much established the conga music that everybody plays today. Everybody that play them congas, they all pretty much, he's the guy. This dude is, he's a dark chocolate brother, and he had a lot of politics behind him. He was talking about the rights of his people and all that stuff in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot we gonna get to. Yeah.
Same thing with Celia Cruz. Like, but she turns out to be actually indigenous, like an indigenous Negro.
Mm-hmm.
And she did a lot of music with those famous instrumentalists. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about, Sheila E. Like, people don't know Sheila E. Sheila E. made Prince.
Oh yeah, my dad knows her.
Just by her choreography and how she did that, like she pretty much helped him in the percussion part of his band. Like without her, man, Prince wouldn't be shit.
Not
She
just her.
was the
Not
thing.
just
You
her.
know that.
There's another
damn
one.
well Sheila was everything at that time with them drums looking good. We was like, who is that?
Mhm. Yeah, no, my dad knew her, and the other one, Bonnie. She was a bad one too.
Mm-hmm.
She actually, because my dad owned an apartment, and she lived in one of the apartments, and so we would watch when Prince would send the limousine to come pick her up, but she's the one who does the vocals on Diamond and Pearl.
Man, that song, man, I'm telling you, that song has so much depth into it.
Oh yeah.
That song, like no BS. Every time I heard that song, it had depth, and that thing, I used to be like, wow. I used to sit there just quiet listening to that.
Over
and
and
that
over.
shit hit, boom, 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 boom. That shit hit your soul. It hit the bottom. Like, whoa, that's it. And then that girl hollering on that. That girl could sing.
He was doing the keyboards too.
Man, that thing was woof.
Vocals and keyboard.
Yeah,
she was. She was something else. Nice lady.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And you met her? You knew her?
I didn't even understand what famous was. I seen her literally every day. Going in and out, going in and out, getting ready for her sessions or just living her life. Yeah.
I used to be like, what is Prince gonna do with her? He can't do nothing with that right there.
Right. She was larger than life. She was something else.
Yes, she was. Man. And people just, this is what I told about the microwave, how the media just makes it. It's like you forget about people like that. Like they want you to forget about them voices that we had back there. That's crazy. I was like, man, you're not gonna make me forget about that. No.
But it's crazy because it was just like regular life. They were just really living their lives before they got extremely famous.
Right. Yeah.
Or made their marks.
But everything that we just mentioned is like back in the day, these people were humble. You know what I'm saying? They were humble. It was like they was being dragged out the neighborhood and not to give back to the neighborhood when they was doing that back then, like without a thought. It was with their people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean it's kind of second nature to do and give back to the neighborhood when you become that successful. I mean, it's just on your heart to do.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. All right, none of your business. Isness is up here now. Hey, am I at the right spot here? Let me. I saw this. I'm at the right spot.
I think so. I'm not sure. I didn't hear you listen to it, but it's kind of at the beginning. He kind of opens up with, with a punch, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking. If you look at the screen, I have this area where he's talking about the Dred Scott thing, right? I got the brief for Dred Scott, and then he's saying persons, and he's saying Scott was a citizen.
Do you want the document? Do you want me to send you the document?
Yes, please. And it says Scott was a citizen in their view because he was born to Americans. Is that what you was talking about?
No, it starts and says blacks, which he's talking about us because that's what we are identified as.
Okay, hold on. Let me do you see the screen?
Because yeah, well, no, not really. So I can't.
It says that is why when Dred Scott went to court, he argued that to be a citizen is right there.
I mean, you could use that. You could start there too.
I can start there. All right, let me come back. little bit
I mean, but the
prior to that.
beginning is very, I feel like the beginning of it is, at the beginning of the document is more powerful than anything else.
All right. So, okay, blacks were entitled to citizenship. Is that good?
Okay, yeah.
All right,
Go
here we
ahead.
go. All right, let's go.
Leaders and the people in America. The Citizenship Clause thus guaranteed them the dignity and the glory of American citizenship, so as to ensure that they would never be treated again as second-class citizens. Now, the same could not be said for the children of foreign temporary visitors. It's not the same bucket. Foreign temporary visitors were attached to their home country. They lacked similar bonds to this country. They would not be called upon in a time of
Okay,
war.
Aton.
Americans, consistent with the settler ethos, believed that citizens were the people who called a place.
I think you need to go back forward because now he's talking about immigrants, but you know, he opens up by talking about why this is important and why the 14th Amendment was important to us as people. And so not really about immigrants, it's more about us. He confirms who we are. Are you talking, Aton?
Yep, I'm on mute. But this was yeah, this is like 2 minutes, 18 seconds in, and I'm looking at what he's reading, but it has this area. Can we just flow with this for a minute?
Yes, Aton. Yes. Go
All
on.
right, so what I'm looking at is Plessy versus Ferguson, and I'm looking at black, and because you said go forward a little bit, I did go forward. I want to go back to make sure because I want to get the black part in
Go
American.
backward. Yeah.
You talking about go further back 2 minutes?
Go, but he starts it, so you want to go backwards.
Okay.
But you don't want him to start with immigrants. You know, we got their part. What I found, or what we
Okay,
should kind of pay attention to, is us. Yeah.
All right, cool. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking. Oh, yeah, he still was on this. All right. All right, let's do it like this. Oh, dang, look at this. Man, he got this picture of everything. Look at this guy. And shout out to you.
Race. Neither, though, guaranteed citizenship to persons who were not ruled Dred Scott permanently. Clarence Thomas, with whom Justice Gorsuch joins. He says this court's decision in Dred Scott would have permanently denied citizenship to blacks as a subordinate and inferior class in 1857. Now, after the Civil War, the Reconstruction Congress overruled Dred Scott. They did it first with the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Then again with the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment. Both the Civil Rights Act and the Citizenship Clause guaranteed citizenship to persons born and domiciled in the U.S. regardless of their race. Neither, though, guaranteed citizenship to persons who were not domiciled in the United States. Clarence Thomas says, blacks were entitled to citizenship because they were Americans. They had no other home.
I'm over here going crazy on mute. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they have no other home. We are the American. And so here we are, you know, we're scouring through. Okay, go on. Right. Okay.
No, mic drop. Go ahead. Mic drop. I don't think we need to say anymore, but we will. But go ahead.
Well, the thing is, we're scouring through papers and fighting with folks on this stuff. And here he is. And he uses the term black. Okay, we could forgive him. But he's telling, and that's how you would refer to us. Because if you refer to us as anything else, it's some other group of people will steal the concept, right? So he has to say black. And so these people have no other home. He's telling you who we are.
Okay, hold on.
So dope.
Hey, none of your business. None of your business. You heard that? Come off mute real quick. Okay, so look at what Isness just said, right? He said, use Indian, then somebody else be able to come in on that, right? Now, that's what I caught. I said, on that one. But
exactly. Yeah.
Black, nobody want that.
Right, because that's what they've been pretty much pushing off of themselves and onto us.
Okay, I got a crazy question for you. First question came to my mind. Okay, so is this what Judge Joe Brown and all these people are talking about in regards to them changing to black so that way they can separate themselves? Because all these people that have been coming in and attaching themselves to the
because you have to remember, black pretty much meant bleached. It meant dead. It meant all these other things, and it actually truly meant them. Like it was part of their original name. They're considered the Castilian, and the Castilian, if you break that word down, that is black breed merged together. Just a second, someone's at my door.
Hold on real quick. Hey, Derek, that link is for None of Your Business and Isness. This is their baby. They got to raise. I'm sitting here asking questions, so I don't want to be deflected. So my brother can't be up here right now. It's for them. This is their thing right now. So they got it. All right. So
Well, I do want to say, while we waiting for her, I do want to say, can you hear me? Please let me know if you can't. What I do want to say,
Go ahead.
okay, what I do want to say is at this time today, July 2nd, 2026, if he would have wrote anything else, nobody would know who he's talking about. And they're already trying to erase us from history. You understand what I'm saying? If you look at the other people's opinions, they was acting. Did you see Justice Jackson? She was like, "This ain't about race. What the fuck is she talking about?" She was like, the Dred Scott was completely about race. And even in that lady tried to erase us out of history. So if he would have used any Katanji was like the Constitution, and this was never about race. What the fuck, lady? Dred Scott was completely about race. Matter of fact, they literally said black people or the Negro has no rights that a white person has to respect. And this lady's gonna come in 2026 and say that shit wasn't about race. So she's right there trying to erase us out of history. So he has to say black, or else it will be applied to the Siberians if he said Indian. It will be applied to people. If he said people of color, then will it be Mexican? You know what I mean? They would have erased us. So he had to punch with the black. And so with that, we have to give the pass because we absolutely know who he's talking about. Right.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, he could have gone ahead and made the nod to the true name that truly belongs. But if you do the math that you're talking about, you get there on your own because you have to say, wait a minute, if they're the true American, then that means boom, they're the indigenous Aboriginal.
Right. Then they can't. I don't understand why they mad at Clarence. He's married to a white girl.
Who's mad at him? The only people mad.
He is married to a white woman, and he's married to a white woman that's pretty much, you would say, that came over here, descendant of somebody came over here in the late 1800s.
Okay. But listen, Aton. This particular statement that he just made has no bearing on his sexual life.
Right. Exactly. My point exactly. Okay. That's why I don't understand why they are mad at him. That has nothing to do who he married with. If he was a sellout coon that they say he is, they would, man, he would have never said nothing like this. He would have went along with Comey Barrett and all the rest of them.
Right. And I think they
just can't figure him out. They just can't figure this dude out for nothing, man. They're like, wait a minute, you married to a white girl And
Well,
you
let's
talking
not forget
against
Anita Hill and all that. But
and
at the end
Anita
of the
Hill and
day,
all that. Yeah.
but at the end of the day, that's not our concern. Our concern is what Isness is talking about. He pointed out something that is, a loaded gun. Like that's for us to put on the spotlight and expose.
I mean, no, you know what? You're right. So what he did was he just threw us some red meat,
Right.
okay?
He threw us
Because
a
Say it
bone.
we
again. Say it again.
he threw us some red meat. He just gave us, first of all, we've been sitting up here trying to figure out how did we become a citizen? Was it because we voted? Because we sitting up here trying to figure all this out. He just said, no, it was the 14th Amendment that did that shit.
And
We
it
trying to
didn't
figure out
really
how do
do
we
it. It didn't really do it because we are not the babies of slaves. We never were slaves.
well, that's how they're actually, if you listen to him and his analysis of it, he don't really go into none of that. He's saying that when those people, when the first civil rights movement came, that they were trying to give black people its rights because Dred Scott stripped us from citizenship or any type of rights, right? So
Well,
if you can't do
no,
nothing, you don't have no authority.
no. I think so. I know somebody that is one of the Yamasee Indians, and he went over the whole Dred Scott case and he pointed out what exactly happened. The judge was trying to throw that same bone that Clarence just threw to us. The judge was trying to throw that same bone to Dred Scott, but for whatever reason, he missed it. Maybe because, Abraham Lincoln was his counsel. And for whatever reason, he was trying to say to him, you cannot be a citizen because you are indigenous.
Right.
And that's what he was trying to say to him. So that's where we got caught up. We didn't take that freebie. We didn't,
That's good.
we
That's good. A lot of
Okay.
people don't. A lot of people don't remember. Number one, Lincoln was his counsel. Number two, the judge actually told him that. Now, I would say,
Well,
that.
then why did he call him? Why did he say black people or the Negro has no rights that us white folks? You don't got no rights. We don't have to.
Yeah, bound to
Right.
bound to recognize. What do you say? Bound to what?
because one, we are not truly the blacks, and two, he never said that he was the black person. It was the plaintiff, the person who brought the suit against him, or it was the person he was going against. So it was the defendant or whoever, his ex employer. That's the one who labeled him. And who is he? He's not, allowed to label this man.
But
Right. As a
now,
black person, which we. Okay, go on.
yeah, real quick is, but now being in 2026, what Clarence Thomas is saying is that the black man is an American. That's what he is, and you can redefine it, and that's the great thing about the Supreme Court, the judicial aspect of it. You can go back and analyze some of these things, say these were the mistakes, and we can overturn it, just like they overturned Roe v. Wade and all these other things that was going on. It was like, wait a minute, they got it wrong because they misinterpreted what the Constitution and everything was all about. Go ahead, Izzy. My bad.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that
I'm on me.
During history, we have been reclassified to black people. And Dred Scott was a determining factor, and those people, our ancestors, did fight against that Dred Scott rule because there was a such thing, like you said, there's indigenous people, there were free people, all black folks, no matter what our history books try to teach us, there were people who were free and there were people who were employees, which we're going to call slave or prisoners, right? So there are people who are down on their luck and there were people on top of their shit, right? And so in the meantime, history has now swapped all of our history, painted one wide brush. We are all black, and we are all children of slaves. And so, with after the Civil War, when they tried to reconstruct the United States and make it equal, that's when they started fighting against us who look black, who are not part of, because by the time after the Civil War, we're not in those tribes no more. We can all find our ancestors on those censuses. We're not in those tribes anymore. We are just kind of doing our own thing. And so those of us who are out there doing our own thing, we're now being called the Negro. So now that Negro went to color, went to African American, went to black, and so went to black, went to African American, and now we're back black again. And so Clarence Thomas is telling you that that lineage of people is the American.
Okay, so can I play some more video?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Land. They owed no allegiance to any foreign power, and they were subject to no other authority. They fought and bled in the same battles. They were gained and gloried in the same victories, and they were liable to be called upon to defend America in a time of war, alongside every other citizen. They were Americans. These people who are coming in illegally are not. They haven't done any of this crap. They haven't fought and bled. They weren't brought here against their will. They didn't violate the law. They did violate the law, but the African Americans did not. They were brought here against their will. The people coming from
Aton.
Listen,
did you hear that slick thing that Clarence Thomas just said? He referred to one group of people as the Americans, and he referred to the other group of people as United States citizens.
You caught that, huh?
You got that?
I didn't hear it because there's a lot of noise in my house.
Okay.
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna go back. Yeah, because he said every other. I love that picture. Hold on, let me do a little quick. I'll do it later. I don't lie.
Regardless of their race. Neither, though, guaranteed citizenship to persons who were not clause guaranteed citizenship.
I'm gonna pause this real quick because he's showing some things. Hold on, this dude moving fast.
Citizenship to persons born and domiciled in the U.S. regardless of their race. Neither
foreign ambassadors, number one,
though,
Indian tribes on direct allegiance to their several tribes,
guaranteed citizen,
alien enemies. Sheesh.
Act and the Citizenship Clause guaranteed citizenship to persons born and domiciled in the U.S. regardless of their race. Neither, though, guaranteed
alien enemies and hostile occupation. All right.
Citizenship to persons who were not domiciled in the United States. Clarence Thomas says, blacks were entitled to citizenship because they were Americans. They had no other homeland. They owed no allegiance to any foreign power, and they were subject to no other authority. They fought and bled in the same battles. They were gained and gloried in the same victories, and they were liable to be called upon to defend America in a time of war, alongside every other citizen.
Right there. None of your business.
Yeah, it's reminding me of that letter. I mean, that news article where it says the Negro owes his allegiance to America. America is his home. All of his wealth is here. He wouldn't have anything to go to in Africa, but it still tried to make that slight play that we're still African, even though, there's just ain't no way.
Okay, so let me read it because he's talking real fast and stuff like that. Let me go ahead and read it real quick. I'm gonna mute you up real quick. None of your business. I'm gonna mute you up real quick. None of your business. But look, let's read it slowly. He said both the Civil Rights and the Citizenship Clause guaranteed citizenship to persons born and domiciled in the United States, regardless of their race. Neither guaranteed citizenship to persons who were not domiciled in the United States. Blacks are entitled to citizenship because they were Americans.
People who were found here by the European, the copper color races.
Absolutely. That we know the definition of an American. So we ain't got it. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got it. Remember over here, we're
there it is.
Sense, you know what I mean?
There it is.
What American is, right? So it says they had no other homeland, and he has these things underlined. So if you don't have any other homeland, right? You have no other homeland.
Who are you?
Exactly. Ain't nowhere else for you to go.
Meet the Browns, meet the Mayans. That's us.
You feel me? Now, it said, owed no allegiance to any foreign power and were subject to no other authority. All right, now when we come down here, we go to they fought and bled in the same battles. Yeah. And were liable to be called upon to defend America. And he got America in brackets. I'm going to talk about that in a sec. Mute up, none of your business. Thank you. In time of war. Now, we're going to get to this, and we're liable to be called upon to defend America in brackets. When you see a word in brackets in legal, in any type of lawful situation in courts, that means that word is not actually the real word, but it's there in reference, but I'm blocking it off. It can't be used against me, right? So it says in time of war, alongside every other citizen. Now, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, I forgot to bring that up. Indians, not taxed. So if they're called upon, right, they say, hey, we got an issue going on over here. We got a treaty. You want to help us? Shit, we got a duty. We got to help you. We got an agreement. They coming over here. Your problem is our problem. Your beef is mine, right? That type of thing. All right. So just wanted to read that to you guys and gals, you know what I'm saying, for what we know. Now it says right here, and it says 2, Life and Writings of Frederick Douglass, the Citizenship Clause thus guaranteed them the dignity and glory of American citizenship. See, now he doesn't have American in brackets, so as to ensure that they will never be treated as second class under the law. That's some powerful stuff right there. It's a lot to unpack. I don't want to get into my little nerd bag, but hey, what you want to do is you want to keep going? Y'all can unmute now. Y'all can unmute now.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm on the phone.
Let's keep going.
Let's keep going.
They were gained and gloried in the same victories, and they were liable to be called upon to defend America in a time of war, alongside every other citizen. They were Americans. These people who are coming in illegally are not. They haven't done any of this crap. They haven't fought and bled. They weren't brought here against their will. They didn't violate the law. They did violate the law, but the African Americans did not. They were brought here against their will. The people coming from Guatemala are not brought here against their will. They come in here on their own volition in violation of our laws. To compare them both to one another, like John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett did, is to diminish the plight of the slaves and the history of Black Americans in America, to make a false equivalency between foreign invaders and the people in America. The Citizenship Clause thus guaranteed them the dignity and the glory of American citizenship, so as to ensure that they would never be treated again as second-class citizens. Now, the same could not be said for the children of foreign temporary visitors. It's not the same bucket. Foreign temporary visitors were attached to their home country. They lacked similar bonds to this country. They would not be called upon in a time of war. Americans, consistent with the settler ethos, believed that citizens were the people who called a place home. And so accordingly, domicile, a person's legal home, played a key role in both state and federal citizenship.
This guy be talking fast. Let's slow down. This dude's giving me the jitters. Anything you want to touch on before we keep going?
He's literally. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. Go on your business.
I was going to say he's literally trying to corral us into being slaves. And that's the part I was talking about, where it's similar to that news article where it says, we had all the $19 billion in property, but it still alluded to the fact that we were once slaves.
Can I point out that what we just heard of him talk about slaves, that was this man's personal commentary.
Yeah.
That's not what Clarence Thomas wrote. That's this white man, which we know he's gonna be lost in the sauce.
Let me rewind it. Let me rewind it too, because that's
Okay.
exactly what he was doing. Because he said again, he was throwing his little thing up in there.
He throws his little 2 cents in every once in a while, so you gotta kind of
all that fast talking.
Class citizens. Now, the same could not be said for the children of foreign temporary visitors. It's not the same bucket. Foreign temporary visitors were attached to their home country.
Hold on. Let me go back a little bit further.
Black Americans in America, to make a false equivalency between foreign invaders and the people in America. The Citizenship Clause thus guaranteed them the dignity and the glory of American citizenship, so as to ensure that they would never be treated again as second.
You see, he said treated again. See, there ain't no treated again in there. It's treated as second classes under the law. Not again, treated. Bingo.
Class citizens. Now, the same could not be said for the children of foreign temporary visitors. It's not the same bucket. Foreign temporary visitors were attached to their home country. They lacked similar bonds to this country. They would not be called upon in a time of war. Americans, consistent with the settler ethos, believed that citizens were the people who called a place home. And so accordingly,
Americans, consistent with their settler ethos. Ethos, that's big. That's a big word. Believe that citizens were the people who called a place home. Okay. Okay. Is this? I see where you're going with this. You got some powerful language up here. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna read it now. You had to convince me. I'm convinced. I'm gonna read this thing.
Domicile, a person's legal home, played a key role in both state and federal citizenship. A person was a citizenship in a state where they had domicile. We decided that in 1859. When foreigners temporarily visited, their national character was unchanged. They're here temporarily. Such visitors were strangers. They weren't subjects. And so a person born here, but domiciled, living in a foreign land, was therefore considered as much a stranger to the country as was his father. So that is why When Dred Scott went to court, he argued that to be a citizen, it is only necessary that he should have domicile. After this court said that Scott was not a citizen simply because he was black, Republicans in Congress.
Now, it doesn't say have domicile, have acquired a domicile. This is what he's saying. He has acquired a domicile. It's a whole different conversation than saying have acquired domicile. A domicile. That means he has a home, a land, crops, homestead. He has all the necessities. See what I'm saying? Yeah.
Such as Representative John Bingham and others stated that a person was a citizen if he was born and domiciled here. Scott was a citizen in their view, Dred Scott, because he was born to Americans, not temporary sojourners. And as Frederick Douglass had put it, the freedmen sought citizenship not as aliens nor as exiles, but as Americans.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you hear that?
Uh-oh.
What'd he say?
Uh-oh.
None of your business. You gotta listen to this.
Uh-oh.
Listen, he said that the freedmen didn't fight for citizenship because you were an alien. Or what else he say? Or that you, I don't know. What's the second one? He said too, but we were not aliens.
I'm listening to this. I'm just taking it in naturally. I ain't even studying it right now. I'm just taking it in naturally. I don't even know.
What I heard him say because you are American.
What you say, now you business?
Yeah, I heard him say it's you did it. You got it because you are American. You are one of the Americans.
Mm-hmm. I already reminded.
But the problematic word is citizen.
Yeah. But if being a part of
that's his commentary, you said so.
But think about it like this, none of your business. We already have indigenous nations here. These terminologies are American. They're not foreign. So everything that they're utilizing, either you're a United States citizen or you're an American citizen. What the only thing that, and that's why I'm trying to reserve myself, is the only thing Clarence Thomas is doing is kind of mixing it up a little bit. You got a little gumbo going on with some slimy shit.
No. This is what I feel. And this is what I feel, because I'm not saying that I'm completely right. And but what he's saying is that he's saying American. What is American? What Alabama will always say? There's only one American, which means that's a race of people.
That's right.
Citizenship has nothing to do with our Americanness, as Nadi tries to point out all the dang time, right? The United States is some corporation somewhere, right? And so to have citizenship with the corporation does not mean that you're an American. Check. Okay.
Right.
And so what Clarence Thomas does is further gives us a pat on the back and says, yeah, y'all, you guys are right. The black folks, people y'all calling black, are American. And then when he goes into citizenship and he's talking about all these different people, he keeps referring to them as citizens. You got to listen to, because he's in the courts and he's not speaking, he's writing for the centuries. Okay. He's writing for the future. He's writing for us to go back and cite him and read what he just said. He's referring to one group of people as citizens, and he's referring to us as the Americans who has the right to be a citizen. That's two different statuses.
Right.
Check.
All right. Hey, clip that. All right. So that well said. Now, the reason why I said what I said was because the confusion. Now, you clarified that. That's why I said it. Well said, because you kind of clarified, like in the present time. Yeah, I think that's where me and None Your Business says, like, well, he kind of putting that in, but you kind of clarified it for, you know, for the present future type thing. So I fall back. I got you.
I would want to hear, you know, Clarence Thomas's dissent without this other guy's commentary.
Yeah, exactly. We will, but this is the
Okay, because
introduction.
I sent it to you.
Yeah, we ain't doing it now. We want to hear this guy.
I mean, it is powerful, and it's, you know, like you said, it's throwing us that piece of meat that we have to take it and we have to, you know, serve it up, because if we just let it lay there and we don't say anything, they're going to keep it as, oh yeah, they came here from Africa, they were slaves, and they were only Americans because they came here from Africa and didn't have a choice. They were forced here. You know, no, we were here. And you can't just be an American because you were brought here from Africa. You're an African if you're brought here from Africa.
We own it. I'm gonna wear it out. Yep, we own it. I mean, this falls right in line with what I've been doing. This falls right in line, right on time. Appreciate it.
That was a good catch right there.
Good looking out, Clarence Thomas in the Supreme Court. Good looking out. All right. Let's go.
Citizenship in a state where they had domicile. We decided that in 1859. When foreigners temporarily visited, their national character was unchanged. They're here temporarily. Such visitors were strangers. They weren't subjects. And so a person born here, but domiciled, living in a foreign land, was therefore considered as much a stranger to the country as was his father. So that is why when Dred Scott went to court, he argued that to be a citizen, it is only necessary that he should have domicile. After this court said that Scott was not a citizen simply because he was black, Republicans in Congress, such as Representative John Bingham and others, stated that a person was a citizen if he was born and domiciled here. Scott was a citizen in their view, Dred Scott, because he was born to Americans, not temporary sojourners. And as Frederick Douglass had put it, the freedmen sought citizenship not as aliens nor as exiles, but as Americans. Congress implemented the principle that citizenship follows birth and domicile when they passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Then again, in the Citizenship Clause in the 14th Amendment, the Civil Rights Act guaranteed citizenship to persons who were born in the United States and, as relevant here, not subject to any foreign power, meaning they are stateless. They don't have another country that calls them a citizen.
Let me read this. The Civil Rights Act guarantees citizenship to persons who were both born in the United States and, as relevant here, not subject to any foreign power. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
The phrase "not subject to any foreign power," writes Clarence Thomas in his dissent, excluded from citizenship children of foreign-born temporary visitors. They were subject to the power of their home country. So your baby belongs to them. The Citizenship Clause, which the same Congress passed shortly thereafter the Civil Rights Act, was understood to have the same meaning. It guaranteed citizenship to persons who were born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Very simple. A person.
What didn't they understand? Go ahead, you guys. What didn't they understand about this? What did they miss about? I know we focus on the American. We know we are the American, but what did they miss about this right here? Take a couple minutes each on this. Take your time.
It feels like they're letting the European fly under the radar. Like they're not focusing on the fact that these people are not an American in the same sense that this so-called black person or African American is.
And he's going to go in eventually. Now, remember, this is the longest dissent in the Supreme Court history. This is how important he's telling us this document is. This is important. And we need to really figure out, okay, so this is on in the collegiate level, right? So everybody's not going to take the time and parse through it. But he's telling us this is important. It's the longest descent in history. But in this gazillion words that he writes, he's going to tell us that the European is the most benefactor of this birthright. So he's referring to them as citizens. He is not referring to them as Americans.
This is the golden ticket. This is, and if we assume that it was there to help us in any way, then we will give consent. And I do not consent. So we will give consent because we'll be like, hooray, hooray, this is what got us our freedom, our citizenship, our blah, blah, blah. When in reality, the 14th Amendment is just a stowaway amendment. And it's we need to call them on the carpet. Who are these babies of slaves? I say it's the babies of the people who got here and were part of the penal colonies. It's those babies. And I don't think those babies exist anymore because those people were having a very short lifespan. They were being treated very, like chattel. And the few of them that did come here, the majority of those people that are here now are not the ones who are part of the colonies. They are the ones who came through Ellis Island, and those are all illegals, unlawfuls.
Right. Real quick, got a new sister up here that just came into the chat. American Goddess. Y'all know this sister?
Hey, is that
American Goddess? I got her up on the screen. Well, PC American Goddess. Hopefully you hit that prescribe button, not sub, prescribe button, and post. Put it on your page. You know what I mean? She did the LOL, but yeah, appreciate you up here. Hey, you got something to bring? Hey, a number of sisters up here. I'm kind of in the way, but I got to navigate. You know what I'm saying? I'm behind the wheel. But look, you want to come up here? The thing is in the chat. Hold on, let me put the link down there. I don't know. We want to do this real quick. It's in the chat. Okay, so what I'm figuring, what I'm confused about, right? I'm looking at it from the law aspect of what these justices supposed to be following. So that means they had to do all their work. So the oral argument was what, about 3 months ago, 2 months ago? I mean, they pretty much had 90 days to look this stuff over, do their research. What is the problem with subject to the jurisdiction thereof? This is why they said that American Indians wasn't subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Never have been. They made that argument back and forth in the oral arguments they when they brought these people in here. But they saying these other people not. If you have allegiance to a foreign national, meaning you coming from Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, Somalia, I ain't gonna say no American place. Let's talk about somewhere else. China, Japan, anywhere on the other side of that water. And you have not taken no oath or pledged any allegiance to the United States. You are a foreigner and cannot get citizenship. If you're over here, you're on a temporary status for whatever reason. And I still don't understand why they let these people come over here on temporary status. But
because we have the border open. We had the physical border open, but we also had the status border. The status was open, and that was going to be my question. Subject to the jurisdiction therein, is that saying that those people are not sovereign? If we are not even subject to a jurisdiction within our own country, then we are sovereigns.
Well, I lightweight agree with you when you said it just seems like these people that voted, well, whoever had the majority decision in this had some personal interest in this, maybe financial. You know what I'm saying? For them to really come up with the interpretation, and then you isn't talking about Justice Thomas did a 80, 90 pages. Like, what? Boy, that boy was hot as fish, man. He was pissed. I mean, he pretty much was like lecturing them like little kids. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, do you know what you guys just did? You guys just allowed a foreign invasion to continue.
Right.
And that's what they want. And then who are the three that upheld it?
Everybody upheld it. It was 6 of them, right?
Yeah, no, I think she wanted. I think she meant dissented. Who was the dissenting parties?
Okay, so you have Thomas, you have Alito, and I think it's Gorsuch.
It was Gorsuch, yeah. I already knew Gorsuch. I knew Gorsuch, and I knew Alito was going to do what they did.
And if you remember back to the oral arguments, that Asian lady was trying to appeal to Alito. Well, you know the Italians, she was trying to do that. And one of the things that I do remind everybody during the oral argument, she was trying to pretend that we didn't exist and that we didn't have a play in this.
Right. And he stayed on this Kim. She stayed on this Kim thing. And that was something totally different. And the one dude that was that one Kim, and actually in the Black's Law Dictionary, citizen, or no, is citizen or native or something like that. It has that Wong Kim case law in that definition.
And so then they were like, so what does Dred Scott have to do with this? She couldn't answer. She don't even know who Dred Scott is. She was like, and then remember, the judges had to give her, remember Sotomayor had to give her the answer because she didn't even know. She has no Negro American historical context. She only knew from a foreigner's perspective, and that's all she was talking about. And she couldn't answer anything. Well, what does Dred Scott have to do with this? She couldn't even answer that. Yeah, and so Clarence Thomas is going to tell you what Dred Scott has to do with this.
But that was how they say striking. That was very striking how she didn't know. And this is what I learned doing this stuff, what I've been doing over the last 15 years, is that these people only know administrative law. They don't know nothing about constitutional law. They don't know nothing. They don't read case law. They don't read precedents. They don't understand the Constitution at all because they're foreigners, and this is what they're taught in class.
Right.
They don't understand these processes. All they know is what is good for them, and this is how they're going to just lay it out. And she did that the whole time. This Justice Roberts, I didn't understand. Now, the really deciding factor was Comey Barrett. You know, Comey Barrett got Haitian little refugees living with her, right? You guys remember when she was sworn in? Who swore her in? Just Clarence Thomas swore in, not Justice Roberts, because Trump don't like him. He's supposed to be the Chief Justice, but who swore her in was Clarence Thomas. You know what I'm saying? But when she was there getting sworn in, she had the little Haitian little baby kids.
And the Haitian kids was taking care of her little white kids like they were little servants.
Thank you. So she got a personal.
It was terrible to see.
Look, the bottom line, and this was the cold thing about it, where I was like, I'm looking at it and I'm watching it, and I'm like, why is Clarence Thomas? This was in his first administration. Why is Clarence Thomas swearing her in? Because Clarence Thomas is the real Chief Justice.
Right, he is.
People don't know Clarence Thomas is the Chief Justice. What they do is Justice Roberts gave it up in his first, in Trump's first administration. I know I'm getting on my little shit, but I'm
Bush overstepped Thomas and gave it to Roberts.
There you go. And guess what? Trump gave it to Thomas. But what they're doing is, and this is what's working against the system as it's supposed to be, because Trump is not putting it on public notice. He's not doing his, what is that back in the day when they had the green and the red and thing, they'll interrupt the emergency broadcast system. There you go. He ain't making it public yet. He still wants the people to be. It's like they keep giving this fear monger. No, don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. You know, don't tell the people. Hey, man. Now, at this point in time with this naturalization, what they did was pretty much, and I'm gonna read that too, is what pretty much what he's saying based on what I'm hearing is he's talking to them like, you guys just allowed a foreign invasion to continue. You just violated your oath. You pretty much did. Go ahead, yo.
Well, remember, Katanji, who is going trying to go at Thomas. She's Jamaican or something. And so she don't. I'm sorry. And so she don't even know American history. When she's complaining, which just infuriates me, she says that none of this stuff is about race. What are you talking about? Separate but equal. There were racial things here. Okay, you saw this African whatever society where they were trying to bring people back to Africa. You saw 12 years of slave. People were being kidnapped. Right now, there are people like Carmelo Anthony that are being railroaded. Absolutely, there are things going on here that's about race. So all this pull yourself up by the bootstraps while your ass got a handout type rhetoric needs to stop. And now it's made it to the Supreme Court. She acted like nothing happened here. Nothing happened here to us regarding how we were classified. That's that for a melanin, because they say don't be mean. All these little people all over the internet trying to go in on us, calling us all kind of stupid, even on your platform, calling us all kind of stupid. And so we're supposed to sit here and be nice and take it. And look what this lady just did. Oh no, nothing ever happened to y'all because of race. That ain't about race. What the hell is you talking about? The whole conversation around it was about race.
Right. They just want to railroad us, and the next thing you know, they're on top, and and we're back in the corner somewhere, marginalized in an even worse position, because I think that's what they're trying to get us to. Like Straight Smoke kept saying, you will own nothing. So once they can weasel this past us, they're probably the next step is to get the land patents.
All right, so yeah, Straight Smoke said that.
Yeah, he kept saying you will own. What Klaus?
Yeah, no, that's real. That's real talk. That's real talk. Yeah, I like Straight Smoke. Yeah. They be afraid. See, that's power talk. A lot of people afraid of that power talk. But yeah, so with that being said, so now we know she's a foreigner. I didn't know that. I thought she was from here. I know that she is. Was she married to a white man, or she is she married to a white man, or is she lesbian or something?
She's married to a white man, but she doesn't know what a woman is. So that right there tells you how intelligent she is.
That is. I know it was one of those two.
Well, that's because a woman is an indigenous female.
Yeah.
They don't want to accept that.
All right, so,
or should I say Aboriginal, because it includes, Aboriginal.
Yeah, I mean everything. It's all of it. It's everything. All right, so I look at it. Okay, so man, I don't even know what to say. I'm kind of blown away by what Clarence Thomas is saying, and just looking at the whole dynamics of what's taking place now. It's like it's pretty much like it's like Trump, your move. Like now it's their move. Like what they gonna do next, really?
But no, what do we do next? What do we do to coerce them to do the right thing next?
Well, they've made a statement, right? My thing has always been everything that's taking place when new administration come in. The one thing that they have separate on their books is what are we gonna do about these niggas, right? And I don't mind saying niggas right now under the circumstances because everybody can say they're American. I'm a roll with what y'all talking about. Y'all said, wait a minute, you can't say that because they gonna get themselves in that, and then so on and so forth. So let's keep it on niggas or nagas. So it's a separate whole little thing over here about okay, after business done over here, we got the citizens in order. What we gonna do about these niggas? What we got planned? So each president at a certain time will say, you know what? Shit, y'all didn't beat them up. Let's give them a bone. Let's see if they can get it right. But we already know that we got niggas in office that basically ain't gonna do nothing. So we're gonna put it in a place, but we already know that we're giving it to the representatives. But we already know what they gonna do. They gonna put it in their back pocket because these niggas is greedy. That's what the thing about Richard Nixon was saying in that video I was playing. He was like, yeah, they crooked. They crooked. So what are we doing? You know what I mean? So my question to y'all is, what's the next move?
Well, I think that, all these people that's talking about running the court and making all these different statements, which I do not dissent from, he has some really good quotes in there. And as from the highest courts of the land, he's telling you who you are. You just got to sit there and have the patience and comb through it. I mean, there's your government quotes. While they're sitting up there trying to scrub everything and trying to make sure that we can't find nothing and we're all confused, he just really laid it out there. The only difference, he says, as you read it, we're not on the reservation. And so the people on the reservation are subject to tribal law. And he says those people got questionable citizenship. So he says, how much more? So if they got questionable citizenship and they're here, how can you just give citizenship away to the Chinese and all these other different people from across the world?
All right. So let me ask you a question. I mean, American Goddess put this up. She's just here. So her response was my folks, and she said, yeah, I feel our people are the main ones that put us where we are. Now this is somebody that hasn't been around, and she's pretty much saying what I'm kind of saying. So, okay, my question is this. What do you guys, how do I say this question? If I was to say that the main agenda in United States government is us, me, you, none of your business, and everybody that call themselves Black, Negro, colored, Indian, American, Aboriginal, Indigenous. I mean, would you agree or disagree?
Well, if you look at this case, it's telling you they're saying that everything is about us. All these people that are here are all relying on us. They're all relying on us. That's what they're admitting. I mean, they could be lying.
None of your business? What you think?
That's what they're saying.
What you think? None of your business? What you think? She busy. All right. Yeah. That's the bottom line. Bottom line, and I keep telling people, we are public enemy number one. We are on the agenda. Every decision that is made to the point where, what is it going to do? Is it going to help us? Is it going to keep us down? Where is it at? We want to make sure that it affects us, period. Whether it's good or bad, depending on who's in and who's out. You see what I'm saying? This is what we need to know. Ain't no more question about this, people. Everything for this brother to put out a 90 damn page dissent is absolutely crazy. That's the case. Then we need to understand that we are.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you how crazy that is. Not only is it the longest dissent in history, it was so powerful, and he went in. Justice Roberts had to come back and counter him because he couldn't let Thomas be the top dog. And guess what? What also has never been done was that. So Thomas went in so hard, Roberts has to come around and nitpick what he said, talk about, the King's Law and all this other kind of stuff. And so he had to nitpick what Thomas said, and that has also never been done.
Exactly. That now you have a rhino. This is what we call rhinos. We have these Republicans in name only. So this is where you say, see, Justice Roberts is thinking that he's above Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas saying, nah, you're not. Now, all I did was bring you out of the shadows, buddy. Yeah, you was with the Bushes. You know what I'm saying? Because they wanted that face. You're the face of something. I'm the real deal. I'm the real McCoy. You are just the face of something, and this is what these pale skins know for a fact, is that they're just the face of what is considered to be present day United States of America, the white man.
And Thomas has been quiet. He usually don't say very much. So they thought he was going to probably be a little quiet Negro, and they was going to railroad some shit through. And Clarence Thomas slapped him in the face 1,000 times. He just pimp slapped him. Like, this shit don't even make sense. If you listen to the whole thing, he's literally saying you can hear the Negro come out. Like, this motherfucking shit don't even make sense.
Right.
Okay. And so they thought he was gonna be quiet, and he fucking slapped him.
Let me share something with you, Isness. I've done a Supreme Court writ. Did 3 of them. Each time it was blocked by the clerk. Now, my mom just told me the other day, because my mom, we be talking about this stuff, and she said, you ready? We're ready for this? She said the clerk issued this opening. The clerk. She said the clerk. I gotta call my mom. I forgot how she said it. She said the justice. I said, wait a minute, the justice didn't do none of this? She said the clerk wrote all of their opinions. She said the only one that didn't write that wrote their own opinions was Thomas, Alito, and Gershis. That's what she said. She heard.
Wow.
Now, check this out. Every writ that I wrote into the Supreme Court was moved into a miscellaneous category and never reached the justices. I've never All three of them were denied by the clerk. Have you ever heard of a clerk denying something in court? Business?
Well, I do know that they hold quite a bit of power. They're kind of like mini judges under them. Some clerks, not just a regular smuggler clerk. The justice clerk is kind of powerful.
Now, in law, is a clerk, I'm going to ask you a different one. Is a clerk allowed to dismiss a case?
No, they're not the judge, theoretically.
Exactly. No, this is the Supreme Court. They were dismissing, not rejecting my filings. My filings were accepted. And I was given instructions. After that, it's good. The clerk is the only thing the clerk is to do is to make sure that it follows the rules of the procedures, the rules. Once it gets through that, it's done. I mean, they'll send it back to me and say, hey, we need this. I said, okay, we put it in. All right, you good now. Send a letter. Hey, this is what we need. After that, send the justice's hands. The clerk is denied it in one sentence. This case is denied. This writ is denied. And the clerk is signing off on it. Do you remember the clerk? I don't know if you heard about that, but there was people being arrested for that. And Trump was calling it out. Now, what she told me, what my mom told me, I was like, wait a minute, that can't be true. She's like, it's true. This is what I just heard. And it was on one of them news channels. They was actually mentioned that the clerk actually was writing there. Now, the clerk helps out. The clerk does the research. They do all the things. Clerks actually handle the financial business of it. Clerks are considered to be close to like CPAs, and they do a lot of the, a lot of the legwork.
I think like you did mention legwork. Okay, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to, like you said, like your mom said, they're going to write it up. They're going to do most of the work. They're going to do the research. They're like a super paralegal. They are, that's why these clerks get these really great jobs. I think the clerks are almost like the judge. They're going to do most of the legwork for the judge in these positions.
Right. Okay, well, but you look at it from this perspective, right? I mean, I can give you some codes, and we're going to go through a lot of these different things. I'm just testing people's, testing your knowledge.
I work in administrative law, and a lot of people that are arguing cases are not attorneys. And a lot of people that are deciding cases are not attorneys or, official judges. There's workarounds. And so when these clerks, so you say you're dealing with a clerk and they're making decisions, it probably is one of these workarounds, because I deal with that all the time. These people that are arguing cases ain't attorneys. We're not there.
Right.
We can't get them jobs.
Right.
So we don't know about it. But anyway, I digress. But what they're doing is they're out there and they're representing clients and they're doing everything, and they're not attorneys and the judges as well. So that's probably what's going on. It's probably an administrative workaround.
Yeah. But the main thing is that, like you say, you in administrative law, and I don't know if you told me that before, but it's good because I got some work for you. I told you I'm trying to lighten my load. I need somebody that allows to do that. So if you can open your mind a little bit, I'm about to share. I'm gonna share a few things with you, because we need somebody that actually can get some of this stuff done, so we can gain more clients and this is going to be very important. We got a couple things that we need, few things. But nevertheless, like when you're dealing with this, with the Supreme Court case, and you know, this is, this falls in line with treason. Actually, this falls in line with treason, and there's rules that need to actually be changed regarding some of these people. Like they make their decisions not just off of, they feel empowered. They make these decisions knowing that they cannot be removed, like they're fully exempt. You see what I'm saying? So I know Isness is around here. She probably fell off, but some of these, they feel they're exempt. Now, look at it from this perspective. Everything that we just heard thus far is very prejudiced. I mean, for Justice Thomas to really make his focus on what you would consider to be Black Americans, saying that they are Americans, they have no allegiance to any foreign nation, and they're domiciled here. It confirms to me that anybody that makes decisions in these courts, in these superior and inferior courts, and these appellate courts, these middle courts in between, is solely based on the Black American. And that needs to be addressed. I'm just calling this out because people need to change their focus. They really need to change their focus. Let's listen to a few more minutes of this. Isness fell off, and now your business is up here busy, but stay on mute if you heard me. We're going to play some more of this, and then we're going to go ahead and just check out, because I want to save some of this. We want to get on this in detail. Let's go.
Was subject to the jurisdiction of the government of his domicile. Domicile was the foundation of jurisdictions over persons. According to another treatise, The Law of Nations, that John Roberts apparently didn't read, the government of a person's domicile has broad powers over that person, including with respect to his personal affairs, his conduct abroad, his personal taxes, mutual duties of protection and allegiance. So as the senator who introduced the citizenship clause explained during the debates, the word, quote, jurisdiction, he said, as here employed, ought to be construed so as to imply full and complete jurisdiction. Okay, the same jurisdiction in extent and quality as applies to every citizen of the United States now. After all, Congress would have no right to make citizens of persons who are here temporarily residing. Senator Trumbull said that too, but John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett liked his other statements, so they picked those and weighed those against that statement. They're both citing the same person. The citizenship clause was consistently interpreted not to apply to the children of foreign temporary visitors who were by definition not domiciled here. Regardless of the administration or the party, the government for decades after ratification regularly denied claims to citizenship by children who were born in the U.S. but not living here, not domiciled here. When a child was born in the United States, the parents domiciled living abroad, he was not, therefore, under the Constitution, a citizen. Scholars agreed. A child born within the territory of the U.S. of alien parents was not a citizen unless his parents were, again, permanently domiciled here. The court agreed. The citizenship clause excluded from its operation children of the citizens or subjects of foreign states born within the U.S., and Congress agreed too. The citizenship clause did not extend to a child born here, but subject to any foreign power. You are subject to them. That's yours. That's your nation. This is ours. Justice Harlan wrote in his dissent in Plessy versus Ferguson that the citizenship clause gave citizenship to all born or naturalized here and residing here. But now the court offers a different account, says Clarence Thomas. American citizenship, the court says, is based on a medieval English feudal principle, according to which each person owed a personal service to the lord of the soil and as his master. In other words, a perpetual servitude that was born with the child and only ended in the grave. And then as Americans, the court says, we adopted that feudal principle as a rule of our American citizenship with little fanfare. Oh, I guess we're all sovereign because we're here.
All right, let's get out of there. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show this real quick. We're going to get on domicile. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get to domicile for a second. And we're going to stop it right there because that is very important as they look at things. Feudal, lord, this type of conversation. This type of conversation is very, not domicile, but imbecile. Now, let me pull this up real quick and we out of here. Appreciate everybody being here. I'm longer than I normally am, but at the end of the day, once we get out all the little crevices and things like that and it flows, it'll be a good 3 hours. All right, let's go here. Let's pull it up. Here's domicile. All right, so domicile, that place where a man has his true, fixed, and permanent home and principal establishment, and to which whenever he is absent, he has the intention of returning. Not for a mere special or temporary purpose, but with the present intention of making a permanent home for an unlimited or indefinite time. For an unlimited or indefinite period. All right. In international law, we don't need to worry about that. So when we come down here, the word domicile is derived from Latin domus, meaning home or dwelling, house, and domicile is legal conception of home. All right, so look. So this sounds like citizenship to me. All right, let's come down here. Established, fixed, permanent, or ordinary dwelling. Okay, here we go. Citizenship right here. Citizenship, habitancy, and residence are severally words. I don't know what that means. Which in a particular case may mean precisely the same as domicile. So if you domicile, so that means you are a citizen and you have a residence. Okay. This is interesting. I'm reading this all over again. Domicile or residence, however, are frequently distinguished in that domicile is the home, the fixed place of habitation, while residence is a transient place of dwelling. All right, so look, who's listening that can listen to me? Rich, Chameleon, Tamula. Just going off that right now. I don't know who's listening. Now, when they say residence, what's your residence? Is this considered to be admiralty? Admiralty. Remember when I pulled up the sample that I had blocked out, right? I had did redactions and all that, and I showed that homestead declaration, and it's used domicile in there and dwelling, residence, transient place of dwelling, domicile. Domicile is the home, the fixed place of habitation, while residence is a transient place of dwelling. Domicile may be deemed to be of three sorts: domicile by birth, domicile by choice, and domicile by operation. All right. Well, that's domicile. Well, that's it, y'all. We on 5 hours and 19 minutes and 30 something seconds. Well, pretty much a wrap on that. Let's go ahead and pull these things up and be done. We'll go ahead and this was good, actually. This was actually good. What I might do is I might just cut out the whole first part of everything and the streams to make this work. Because, I want this to look good. This actually was a good build. What's up, Iz? What happened to you?
My battery died. So I apologize. I just want to say goodbye. I know you're signing out, but I didn't just run away. My battery died.
Yeah, I knew it was something. I wouldn't
Right.
think. I knew. I was thinking it wasn't that, but I was like, see, that's what I'm saying. I'll be telling y'all, like, do y'all consider to ever put the thing on the charger? That is just ghetto.
Like there's chargers everywhere. Like how hard is it to put your phone on a charger? I don't know.
Not possible. I guess it's not possible. But yeah, no, we good. No, we gonna get into that.
All right. Well, thank you for going over it in depth, and you have a really great weekend. I appreciate that.
All right. So so it sounds like you guys were talking about it, other places. I mean, has it been something that
Well, this was more thorough. Well, but, I just almost like reported on it because I don't think people were actually understanding what he just did, but you kind of just went through it. So, like actually went through it instead of, just taking my word for it. You know what I mean? Listen to or read what's actually just happened.
Yeah, it's and it's let me not say unfortunate, but damn, I mean, come on, man, we got to look at it for what it is and let's break it down. You know what I'm saying?
Well, especially because, a lot of this genre is about history and learning who we are. And so you have this man who's he's probably coming down to a close and, he's probably about to retire. And so in his way, he set the record straight. You know, why Joy Reid is talking about him for being a Geechee. I mean, these Democrat people are trying to tear, the Negro Democrats are trying to tear this man apart.
Well, you know,
And
Joy
he
Reid
took it.
is Nigerian, right?
Right. These melanated folks is just like Jackson. What's her name? Brown Jackson. What's her name?
Yeah,
Katanji.
yeah, Kedanji Jackson. You know, but Joy Reid is a Nigerian, African.
Right. Right.
So she has, of course, she's gonna say that about him. Of course,
She
she's gonna.
gonna criticize the man. He couldn't even speak proper English. You know, I mean, how? And now if we said that about y'all, they will start crying. If we was talking about the Africans can't even speak English, they will start talking about you xenophobic.
Exactly.
And this man done pulled himself out of whatever meager existence he had as a child and put himself as one of the most important people. And yeah, people got their issues, and I'm still trying to figure out why. Like, what did he actually do? But
Have you? No, go ahead, finish.
But I'm just saying, while I'm trying to figure out what he actually did to tick everybody off, this was very important.
Yeah. My question is this. So, you know, Clarence Thomas has an interesting history. Did you see his documentary?
No, where is it?
That's number one. Number two, did you see his when he was appointed? Well, when the president came in at that time and appointed him, George Bush, right? George Bush Sr. appointed him to the Supreme Court. Have you seen his they call it something else. I call it a roasting. Like how they just
You're talking about the hearings and stuff?
Yeah, the hearings. You ever see that?
Yeah, well, that was the biggest thing at that particular time.
Biggest thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
And actually, we took his side. We said this lady gonna come out of nowhere, and she didn't have no problem before. And when he's trying to get this job, then all of a sudden you're gonna pop out the blue talking about he did something, he molested. I mean, something really crazy. But really was just, some kind of whatever. But actually, at the time, we were for Clarence Thomas. What changed? What happened?
That's what I'm saying. Like they pretty much showed, yeah, that's a brother. Yeah, he touching on asses and shit like that. We was like, oh, okay. And he on the funny stuff, we was like, oh, okay, yeah, here they go. They got to pull a little sister over here somewhere to get the switching and twitching in line.
Well, they did a Me Too. That was Me Too before Me Too.
Exactly. How soon we forget, right?
How soon we forget. But we were for him. And another thing is when did flirtation, and as far as I know, she wasn't SA'd. When is that illegal? At the time we knew it was, huh?
Look, check this out. Do you know who was the main one that was leading Congress at the time?
Who?
Yo, 46 president.
Biden?
Yeah.
Biden.
You need to watch that documentary.
Yeah, and these people, Biden's folks, is going in. They trying to, including Joy Reid, they trying to harass this man. Only him, okay? Not Alito, not Gorsuch, not Amy Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh. They are coming after this black man, and we standing there looking at it like, like it's. I mean, I know we can't really get in the way of anything, but we're kind of participating in that. And you either like them or you don't. But to be harassful, I think is kind of, I'm not doing that to nobody. I'm not
But
going to participate. Huh?
but is this? It's like when I saw the documentary. Now he's gonna throw some African thing in there with that Gullah Geechee thing. He's gonna talk about it, but that's cool. Let him have it.
Okay.
But at the same time, he's gonna show you something. But the other thing, when you actually look at when they was grilling him, I call it a grill roast because he's in there. They not letting. Man, look at Biden's face. That dude eyes puffy. Seemed like he just popped up from an all-nighter. You know what I'm saying? Like that these people, this dude is being so condescending, so funny. But when you look
and
at
now we know who Biden is. Yeah.
right. When you look at Clarence Thomas,
I mean, what a hypocrite.
Then Clarence Thomas, then he was looking straight. They was asking him, man, Biden was asking him a question, do you really want this? Like asking him like something like that. Like, do you really want to be in this position? Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. And Clarence was
like drop out, boy.
Yeah, Clarence Thomas was like saying, "Sir, I ain't gonna spoil the thing, but I'm just saying I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, man, Biden was cold, man. He was cold. He's smirking and smiling, man. He got puffy eyes and all that stuff. Like he didn't have a good time the night before. Like he just had a little zinger to get back up in there, and they just over there laughing, having a good time. And I said, I'll be damned.
Remember, we're supposed to be a bunch of thugs and all kind of crazy stuff. So I bet you it infuriated him that the Republicans pulled this man up. And because the Democrats didn't do it, they were sitting up there trying to tell us that we were what they say, we're the number one thugs or whatever the heck they said they were saying. Predators, super predators.
Oh yeah, super predators, yeah. Yeah, crime bill.
So when was this documentary? Was this a while ago or?
It was yeah. Actually, it was on the if I'm not mistaken, I think it was on the History Channel. It was either on the
because
History
now when you write up his thing, when you listen to his thing, he ain't saying nothing about being no African at all whatsoever. At all.
Never. But it's interesting to roll.
I don't know if he's listening, he's learning just like the rest of us.
Yeah,
maybe he's going in on the records, huh?
Okay. Beautiful. This is what I'm trying to share with you. A lot of people don't know. A lot of people has been indoctrinated just and it trickled down to us. You see what I'm saying? We got the meat of it.
Right.
If we didn't have hip hop, we'd have been done. Hip hop saved us. For some reason, there was something that happened at that point in time where that group of people that actually pulled, well, I can even say not just hip hop, but even just that movement from the 50s to the 70s. Them 20 years of that resistance, there were still some people left over. There were some chiefs still sitting. And these nations, that's why I said people talk about the nation of the Yahweh, nation of Islam. Woo, 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 woo. And them people was with the business and was ready to die for it. I don't give a damn what nobody say. They was ready to die for it, and they would do any. They would sacrifice themselves. They would sacrifice themselves in order to be able to do what they need to do to get the information out for the next.
But we're kind of like that Tupac generation. And Tupac was a rebel, and we all loved him for that. When we were getting, and I'm talking about hip hop, and how it could have played a part on our psyche, because you're getting up more. They're starting to try to bring you into the bubble gum. You got Snoop that's talking about drugs and partying, and Tupac comes out, and he ain't on that trip. He's telling you he might pull in some radio songs and some dance songs, but in between, interwoven in that, he's gonna let the business. He's gonna tell you what's going. He was saying all the stuff we was feeling. And so we're that generation, and so I guess now we big people now, and so and everybody's going through their records, just like Tupac. Just his name right there tells you the name of that generation. He has an American name. So he's more symbolic than I think that we even know. Did you leave me? Are you there?
Yes, I hear you. I just had to make sure you was done because we gonna call it a wrap. All right, so we gonna there's a lot more to talk about, so let's go ahead and just call it a wrap right now, so I can actually organize this, okay? And then we can bring it right back. We can go over this again. This ain't gonna get tired.
I mean, it's really long, but I know when you put it into the airways that it's gonna get heard. So I think it's important.
All
And
right.
then you see the attorneys. I think Dennis, there's some attorneys. I think even Tariq tried to talk about it a little bit, but we really need to understand that this was really important for us as the American. He's calling us the American all through that thing, and he's referring to everybody else as citizens. That to me is more than anything else. That's the most important thing that I got from that.
Yeah, definitely. And we gonna go more in depth than what they gonna stay on the surface. I ain't hating on nobody. I'm just calling it what it is. That's it. All right, I gotta go.
Peace.
All right, peace. All right, y'all. We gonna get this music in and we out of here. American Goddess. Appreciate you being here. All right. Hey, as you know, once the song is over, it's over.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We don't feel that in 1964, living in a country that is supposedly based upon freedom and supposed to be the leader of the free world, we don't think that we should have to sit around and wait for
Let's go. All of your assets, you have to protect it. Just set your trust up, come get your status corrected. Yeah, you know we moving more than mountains. Fuck your school, fuck your voting system, fuck your water fountains. Melanin, I know you heard of me. You can never murder me. I want that gold you owe me now and gold from 1933. I want y'all to stand on all of the treaties that you sold to me. Cause we was already here, y'all came on a boat to me. And know this God-given land we all holding fee. Simple, absolute gratitude, your majesty. I am not in my straw man, you not controlling me. Certified, signed, sealed, stamped by the notary. Don't try to lie to my face like you ain't just a colonist who tricked us with contracts, but you fail to acknowledge it. And history books are fertilizer, one big pile of shit. Acting like you freed us from slavery, but ain't abolished it. The plantation just got renovated. Driver's license and passports are the new slave papers. How they foreclosing on the ones they gave acres. We allowed them entry, even trusted them as neighbors. They took everything from us and made us ask for favors. And posed as the only helping hand that's there to save us. Boycott, don't try to keep up with the fad. Cause the money that we save, the properties that we rehab. Tears don't fall from my eyes. Cause they see our what, but they don't see our why. You was born in June, but I only seen July. Influenced by bad spirits like a DUI. You ain't do no estate planning, but you think you fly. Now we gon' need 3 fish fries to see you die. We the revolt, boy, don't play with me. The time is now, this royalty over slavery. Damn.
America.